Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Is there a motion to accept this report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Oh, you're just,
What do I need to hit something?
you're just,
Oh, I'm in rest mode? Okay.
Recording in progress.
let's see.
Go for the view, the one talking to the view.
You like that?
Yes, that's
Or-
fine. That's fine.
Or do you want the gallery?
No, I want the speaker.
Want the speaker?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
There
that's
you go.
fine. Thanks, sir.
All right, good morning. Call a meeting to order. It's 9 a.m. and today what is today? Today is
July 9th.
July 9th, 2024. 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 5th, 2024 at 11:20 a.m.
All right, thank you. All right, at this moment, let's stand briefly. I'd like to ask Commissioner Will Jones to give an invocation, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join me in prayer. Dear Lord, just thank you for this day and all that you have done. Be with our friends in Southeast Texas as they deal with the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Please bring us some much needed rain and relief from the heat. And be with us today as we make wise decisions that will glorify you and benefit the taxpayers and citizens of McLennan County. It's in your great name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you. At this time, if there's any members of the public speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none. Small crowd here today. And so let's get right on into the business. Today, we're going to be talking about requests from what we call outside agencies. And so I'd like to ask Francis to pick it up from here under items D. It's budget amendments, transfers, changes. So, Francis, good morning.
Good morning. So, Judge, like you were saying, today we'll be hearing from multiple outside entities that you contract with. So just a reminder, that it is not legal to give donations to outside entities, but you contract them. They provide certain services that benefit the county. We will not be making any decisions today, but you'll get all the information you need, ask questions, and then we'll circle back to the funding decisions later this month. Haley sent out another link yesterday, just to keep that at the top of your email. And so there's a folder that in the department request, I believe, that's outside entities. And so in there, you can find a listing of all of them with the requested amounts, as well as all of the documentation that's been presented to us to review. So without further ado, we have Mr. Kumar with us today with the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And so I will let him take over.
Good morning, Mukesh.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and this actually gives us also an idea on this is such a new program with the local fund, what we have been able to do with this. This is actually the first time we'll actually be presenting in more detailed format what it is that.
Some feedback. We're getting feedback.
To review. So Without
Don't hear it now.
Okay,
All right.
Great.
proceed. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll start again. So thank you for this opportunity. This idea of using a local fund and leveraging it for significant amount of additional capacity is relatively new, and this is actually the first presentation we are making with some amount of background about what we have been able to do with this money so far. And so I'm really delighted and excited to present to you. Very briefly, I did want to mention a couple of items as more of a housekeeping, that as the MPO, there are 3 C's that we must follow. And the most important one of it is actually cooperation. And so we are the agency that convenes all the entities across McLennan County, which is our area, to cooperate together to determine what the future transportation needs of the entire planning area is going to look like. And so with that, if we could move to the next slide, please. So what we do is, and most of you have Judge Felton and Commissioner Jones serve on the policy board as of now, and all of you have different points in time either served or directly worked with the MPO, so I'll not get into too much detail about the nitty-gritty of it, but here are the most important items that we must do. So comprehensive, cooperative, and continuing process of planning is what we convene, in which we prioritize all the regionally significant projects. We do not tackle projects that are strictly local. We typically look at projects that are regionally significant in nature, and also projects for which we have realistic funding strategies. So we don't just sit and think of projects which has no possibility of funding. We keep working hard to make sure that there are fundings that are available. We also try to make sure that how the federal highway and the transit funds are allocated to different projects are done in a cooperative, continuous manner. And very importantly, we also keep looking out at least 25 years into the future and trying to anticipate what the future needs are going to be, what the current challenges are, so that we can do both reactive about what is the situation right now, as well as proactive based on some idea on what we expect the next 25 years to look like. Next slide, please. So Waco MPO was convened in 1974. So this is actually our 50th year of being in continuous service. And MPOs are required for all urban areas across the United States with 50,000 people. And US DOT, TxDOT, Public Transit, McLennan County, local tribal governments, public safety, public health organizations, private industry, school districts, community advocates. These are all the different groups that we work very closely with. We have a 20-member policy board, and we also have a 19-member technical advisory committee and 4 different work groups. One of the important points to note is policy board is the final decision-making authority. It makes all the decision and receives advice and input from the technical advisory committee work groups and the MPO staff who bring all the ideas and the analysis to the policy board. But policy board is the entity that makes all the final decisions. Another important point to note is that our planning area, we look at all of McLennan County. So even though quite often our focal point are urban areas, but we always look at the entire planning area, which in our case tends to be McLennan County. Next slide, please. So this is what the representation looks like on our policy board. City of Waco has 8 members. McLennan County has 2 members. However, the smaller city representatives are often approved through McLennan County. Typically, county engineer brings forward the name, and and you all make a decision on who are going to be representing the smaller cities. Among the larger cities, Belmead, Hewitt, Lacey, Lakeview, McGregor, Robinson, and Woodway, each of them have 1 member on the policy board, and the TxDOT district engineer also serves on the policy board. Next slide, please. This is sort of a very visually intensive summary of everything we do. Item number 1 is the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which we do for 25 years. But the way we do them or make projects happen is through Transportation Improvement Program, and all of them require us to have mobility strategy. How do we plan to meet the mobility needs of our future. We are required to engage with the community on a continuous basis. We also report on the system performance, which requires everything from asset management to what the safety conditions are. We also pursue significant amount of grant programs, and we also want to make sure that there is a regional vision that is determined for the region from the policy board that we are actually executing. Next slide, please. So in the United States today, we have 450 MPOs. Texas has 23, now 24, with the Eagle Pass being the most recent MPO. And one of the items that I wanted to highlight to you that across the United States uniformly, this is a Government Accounting Office report from 2009. This is the most comprehensive report in which every MPO was represented through interviews. And it's the most important official document on the MPO that gives us the status report on how MPOs are doing across the country. Almost uniformly, all of them reported significant resource and capacity constraints, including not only the amount of available funding as well as the staff capacity and such. Next slide, please. So when we brought this to our policy board attention, the idea that came up was that we should create a local fund. And this local fund will be financed by the member entities. In the very short term, the idea was that under the Infrastructure and Jobs Act program, there is unprecedented level of resources that are addressing significant amount of mobility needs at the local level, and we needed to make sure that we were prepared to tap into the resources that were available. Almost all of them have local match requirement, which is typically 80-20 split, and so what we did was that we created this local fund with the idea that MPO can then go ahead and start applying for all of these different grants and at the same time use this local fund also to enable funding of other possibilities as we need, and with explicit approval of the policy board. Next slide, please. So the breakdown, the way it was determined was that all the smaller cities will have $5,000 each. City of Waco will contribute $50,000, and McLennan County at $20,000 for a total of $100,000. These were all this was largely based on population, and the decision was made that this is the level we would like to keep at least decennially. So every time decennial census comes out, we can tweak this, but until that point in time, this is the amount that we are going to use. And so in our case, this essentially means that at least till 2030, this is what we are expecting.
So the smaller cities and the county's contribution matches the 100,000. That adds up to 100,000, which is what the city of Waco puts in 100,000. So.
Yes. Next slide, please.
City of Waco puts in
50,000.
Wait a minute, go back.
Yeah.
Go back.
So it's 100,000 total with
County at 20.
county at 20, and then the
City of
others
Waco
at
50.
the six small entities at 5. So that's
30, 20, 50.
Yeah, okay,
50,
yeah.
50, 50.
Correct.
50, 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
now. So I know we get. You talk about keeping that at this percentage, but say we get pretty good estimates on, but in the interim between the censuses, do you foresee ever changing those funding amounts, or?
At this point in time, what we have been able to do is, so we have projected it out till 2030.
Okay.
And so we make decision based on that 100,000 expected
Okay.
value.
Okay.
So if a new, very large opportunity comes along,
Yeah.
we will then present the idea to the policy board. And if we need to make some short-term decision about requesting additional funding from other sources, the idea of the local fund was that this also gives us a lot of flexibility to be able to respond to something that happens quickly.
Right.
And so for the planning purposes, we expect to keep this at the same level for the next 10 years, so
Okay.
until 2030.
Till 2030, right?
Yes, if emergency were to come up, then we'll bring it up to
Sure.
policy board.
Great.
Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. This is the slide we're in. My apology. Previous slide, please. Yes, so I also wanted to share with you what we have been able to do with this in the last 10 years, last 2 years that we have had this funding. We have received the top 3 grants, which total to about $7 million. And we have also applied for the 2024 SS4A grant for the sign inventory project for $1.5 million. That number may change because we wanted to make sure that every entity in the county was covered. At this point in time, we have the county itself, as well as a few of the smaller cities which are interested in getting a sign inventory completed. But City of Waco, McGregor, Hewitt, they may choose to do it independently on their own.
And this sign inventory will help us for future funding opportunities,
Yes,
correct?
yes. So there are two aspects to it. One is that with the sign inventory, quite often what happens is if the sign vanishes or if there's an accident or something, we don't know where exactly the sign was. And so it aids with the decision-making itself. And on top of it, once we have an idea how many signs are missing, how many signs are in poor condition, then we can start applying for funding to actually replace them.
And so when I first heard of this, my alarm went off, and I immediately found out that as precincts, we keep sign inventories, but the county as a whole doesn't necessarily have that inventory readily available for whatever purpose that it might need, whether like you said. So I think this is a great idea.
So we have proposed it, and we are expecting to hear back from the US DOT sometime in September about whether it gets funded. So these are the projects. Next slide, please. But because of this, what we have also been able to do is we have significantly increased our planning capacity, our capacity for data analysis, as well as public engagement. And one of the important things that we're really proud of is that now we actually have a regional vision to work with, that we can, policy board can hold us accountable, that this is the regional vision that the MPO staff was given to work with. And so now we are making sure that that regional vision actually gets implemented, not only through the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan that we have just completed, but also the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan that we are working on as we speak. We also have an ArcGIS story map to communicate to the public, how important transportation is, how it plays out. And we have also significantly increased our community engagement specialist, community engagement activities. And almost all of it is because of this funding backbone that we have. I also wanted to give you an update on what the status is as the last item I wanted to share. So next slide, please. So in FY 2023, we had a contribution of $100,000. We spent very little of that money in that year. In FY 2024, we had additional $100,000, and most of it has gone for the match, and we have $58,000 left in the current balance, and we are expecting, right now we are committed for additional approximately $400,000 over the next 4 years. In local match that we will be needed for all the grants that we already have. And so with that, what I wanted to really share is that we, in the past, we are required to produce a long-range plan, a transportation improvement program. That's what we did. We never had the capacity resources to be able to do anything else. But at this point in time, we have, because of that $100,000, we have been able to leverage that into over $7 million worth in grant funding. And we are expecting more over the next 2 to 3 months. And also in the handout that we just shared, we also have been able to increase the capacity to offer mobility planning throughout McLennan County at a much higher level than we were able to do before. And so we're grateful for that funding, and that funding has really enabled us to do what we really should be doing. Next slide, please. This is just the information that we have. And so those are all the items we wanted to present. And
Okay, any questions?
I've been really enjoyed serving on the MPO board. It's very interesting work. seeing the growth is pretty pretty neat, and I'm glad we have someone like Mukesh on board that can help us move forward.
Thank you.
Agreed. Anything else? Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. Okay.
All right. So next up, we have the Cove, and we have Tim Packer and Sean Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are everybody today?
We're great.
Good. Can I plug my laptop into here? Will that work? Or
Yes, you definitely can.
it's just I've updated it slightly from,
No problem.
sorry, last minute presentation updates.
And that HDMI cable should plug directly in.
Okay, let's do this way around. It kind of wants to go in exactly the opposite direction that it's. Okay. Oh, don't want her. Okay, great. Is that okay? It's taken down the screens.
I think so, yes. I think you're good.
People, okay.
They'll let us know if not.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. Well, firstly, thank you for having us today. And thank you for the opportunity to tell you a bit more about our work, update you on some of the things that we've been doing. My purpose today is to just talk through a bit of a reminder about what the Cove does, some of our key outcomes, some of our results, and particularly a couple of stories of a couple of the youth that we've been able to help over the last couple of years actually, in these young people's situations. Also just want to say thank you, Judge Felton, for signing the letter of support for our grant application recently. We hope to hear back from that in September. For others who may not be fully aware of the content of that, it's a preventative fund to help youth, young adults and their families who are at immediate risk of homelessness. It comes with direct cash assistance of around $90,000 to $100,000 a year for 3 years, plus casework. And so we're hoping that we'll be successful with that. And we've had very good support, both from the county, but from the city, Waco ISD, Chief Victorian, and others in the community. So one of the things at the Cove that we've been talking a lot about recently is the importance of preventative action, and the work that we do with high school age youth and their families. We believe, and evidence shows, that that serves not only to improve their immediate circumstances, but also their longer term life outcomes. So if you haven't seen our building, this is what the front of our building looks like. Main entrance, youth get to the Cove via a mixture of routes. During the semester time, it's school buses to the after-school program. Currently, during the summer programming, it's the staff team that go and collect people from wherever they're staying. But during the semester, we also are out on the school campuses, meeting one-to-one in small groups, either providing case management or tutoring to students eligible for our services. Students are eligible for our services if they're of high school age, so rising grade 9s through to graduating high school, and they need to be homeless or at risk of homelessness under either the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness in the Department of Education or the Housing and Urban Development categories of homelessness. You may be familiar with the point in time count that happens twice annually, I believe, just once annually, which is HUD's annual nationwide kind of accounting of how many people are literally homeless, so meaning unsheltered. I'm feeling particularly kind of passionate about the preventative work at the moment after the Supreme Court's ruling a couple of weeks ago on the enforcement of camping bans, and cities across the US had claimed that enforcement of camping bans for people who are involuntarily homeless constituted cruel and unusual punishment. According to the Eighth Amendment, the Supreme Court found that that was not the case, and that cities could use fining, jailing, bannings as ways of tackling encampments and other issues. Whilst I have mixed feelings about the appropriateness of that, it really draws the attention to the fact that preventative work that addresses young people's educational opportunities, employment opportunities, family stability, and counteracting the consequences of poverty or living with poorer health conditions is the way forward. And that's what we're trying to do. A couple of years...
Excuse me for interrupting.
Yeah, no problem.
Are you finding many potential clients that are actually living like in tent cities or those kind of things?
Yeah, so we get, most of our youth are what we would call doubled up, so because of economic reasons. Doubled up. So for economic reasons or safety issues are living in somebody else's home.
Okay.
Often that's living in a grandparent's home because mom and dad have lost work, can't work, have had to move for safety reasons. Each year we see a smaller number of youth, but a significant number of youth who are living in cars, living in tents. Just in the last month, we've identified 5 new youth that would count as that unsheltered homeless. And so that could be a mixture of living in cars or transitional housing that's paid for by state or city or nonprofits. Yeah, thankfully it's a smallish number of the actual unsheltered, but what we know about the older population is that they usually look like our youth when they were younger. So experiences of trauma, involvement with the justice system, involvement with CPS. We have contact with CPS several times a month, either them referring youth to us or us referring youth to them. We have 3 outcomes, which I think taps into this kind of conversation around prevention. First one is stability. We talk about housing stability, so having somewhere good, safe to live, regular, but also developmental stability. This is really important life stage. My background is in developmental psychology as well as homelessness practices and policy. And what we see is a lot of young people having to take on adult-type behaviors before they're developmentally ready, and with a background of having insufficient support or inadequate support or experiences of trauma. We talk about hope. A lot of what our youth need is their help to have their heads lifted and see a broader future for themselves. So we talk about hope in education and hope in employment. Our biggest outcome is graduating high school. This last school year, 18 of the 22 youth that were seniors graduated. Our aim is to have the seniors that work with us graduate at least on par with their housed peers or the wider cohort. Statewide, students who are found to be homeless graduate between 10 and 20 percentage points lower than their average cohort. So we hit just around 80% this year, and that's what we target as it's approximately in line with the state average for graduation rates.
But your average is a lot greater than the state average.
Yeah, it fluctuates depending on the year, but yeah, this year we were above the state average.
Yeah,
You said 18 of 22, is
18 to 22 versus 20% statewide?
So it's about 80, just over 80% statewide graduate.
80%.
And then about 60%, or just over 60% who are homeless graduate. So a 20 percentage point difference.
Okay.
And it varies from school district to school district, of course. And but it's failing to graduate high school is one of the main contributing factors to why people experience homelessness as an adult. And so conversely, we see that as one of the biggest protective factors. But it's not just about graduating high school, it's also about having a positive next step. So we work with TSTC and McLennan Community College and employers to help our youth see the options that are available for them and support them to get there, whether that's providing interview clothing or resume work or interview skills. In our summer program just now, we have a member of Communities and Schools Workforce Development Program coming and doing workplace development skills with our youth and having good, positive engagement. We're also doing music production, so they're learning how to mix music and things like that. So we try and do a balance of fun things and productive things. And also we talk about connection, relational connections. A lot of our youth struggle with the relationships they have, knowing how to express themselves in appropriate ways, mixture of that trauma that I've talked about, but also being teenagers. We try to help them with identifying their own needs and wants, but also how to articulate those and advocate for themselves well. I apologize for the next slide. It's a mess, but I want to try and communicate something. It's a lot of information on one slide. Actually looks not too bad on the big screen. So what I want to show here is just in terms of the numbers of youth that we served. And I forgot to correct one of the numbers, but I will explain that in a moment. Last year we served 146 youth. Year before it was 173. If you look on the left-hand side at the bottom where it says 22, 23, 24, that's up to the end of June of each of those years. So we're ahead of every single year that the Cove has existed since 2016, 109 unique youth. But what we're also seeing, and if you look on the right-hand side at the bottom, the 22, 23, 24, the 22 and the 24 figures are the wrong way around. So apologies for that. But to the end of June this year, we've had 1,300 contacts with youth, which is 56% higher than where we were in 22. And so as my kind of caption says, we're serving more youth more often, and it's a real testimony to the work that the team's doing in terms of building those relationships with youth, which we believe will contribute to longer term positive outcomes. I just wanted to mention a couple of our youth, Jamal and Elizabeth. Jamal, he was placed by CPS with a kinship carer and had a lot of housing instability. Significant history of traumatic incidents, both physical and sexual assaults, inadequate housing. This is a young man who one of my team had to pull off Waco Drive as he tried to walk into traffic. And myself and a team member got him to Ascension Providence, for an emergency admission. They're way behind on his attendance, engagement skills, reading skills, all behind. And we actually had to suspend services from him for after-school services because of trying to fight both other youth and my staff. However, we managed to maintain on-campus support and drop-in support with him, and continue to try and meet his needs where we could. Also, Elizabeth, multiple police infractions at home, expelled from the home on multiple occasions. What we'd see with Elizabeth was she would be kicked out and then reported as missing, or kicked out and then mum would refuse to provide access to temporary housing or transitional support for her. Difficulties around mental health, again, similar story to Jamal. Suspended from after-school programming as well, but we were able to maintain on-campus support. One of the reasons why I wanted to share this is because I wanted to explain briefly just one of the approaches that we take. And it's this idea of trauma-informed care, or as the language I use and my team gets sick of hearing, consequences without rejection. We want our youth to experience both the positive and negative consequences of their actions. But we also want to try and, as best as we can, protect the relationship. If you read any story or any account of people whose lives have been transformed from their youth into their adulthood, and it's particularly true around gang-involved young people, it's always relationships. It's always a key person that they will point to as being the person who stuck by them or stuck with them, didn't let them go easily. And so that's our aim with our youth. We acknowledge and recognize that they are coming with a lot of difficulties, but we believe that with the right support and the right help and that consistency of relationship, that they can see positive outcomes in their life, starting with graduating high school, but also a whole bunch of other things along the way. And so, it's a penultimate slide, so thank you for listening so far. So part 2 of Jamal and Elizabeth's story. This is Jamal at our graduation celebration party. Elizabeth also graduated high school. They were one of the 18 seniors this year who graduated. Around him are members of the team, volunteers, somebody from Waco ISD, and just recognizing that it was really a team effort, and it's something that is special and unique to the Cove as an organization, that we were able to bring together this group of people to care for some of our most vulnerable young people. So I'm going to pass over to Sean briefly to just talk about the funding ask.
Yeah, so this is hard work. Our youth advocates are the ones that are meeting with our youth, and they're at the schools or they're at the Cove or meeting with them in the community. And so what we're asking for from McLennan County and what you guys have been generously providing for us in previous years is money to cover the baseline salary and some of the fringe costs of one of our youth advocates. So our ask this year is $60,000. That provides dedicated case management support to our youth, all the youth that we see every year as they're increasing, the increasing numbers that we're seeing, to provide them with the stability, hope, and connection that Tim had mentioned earlier. This allows us to free up more of our time to do the hard work of advancing the mission of the Cove. Your support has been incredibly generous for us and allowed us to hold these positions and continue to make a positive impact in the lives of homeless youth in McLennan County. So we really appreciate your support and ask for continued support in the next coming year.
Thank you all. That's what we have, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we've got a few minutes. Any questions anyone have?
These are Waco ISD? Is that who you work primarily with? Or?
This last year, the majority has been Waco ISD, but we've served students from 10 school districts.
10 school districts?
Yeah, in the heart of Texas, including La Vega, Midway, Bosqueville, Riesel. We've been working with ESC Region 12 recently to help channel emergency housing funding to families across the region, but also as far down as Killeen, because Region 12's boundaries are slightly different to ours. So, yeah.
Do y'all get any funding from United Way? Any support?
Yes, yeah, we do. It's 15,000 for this current year and next year.
How much?
15,000 a year for this year and next year. 1.5.
1.5. Okay.
15.
15,000 per year?
Per year.
Yep.
Okay.
And we have the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program grant, which is the housing and urban development specific funding around advancing work with young people. That one's a tricky one. It's a drawdown grant, and so you have to demonstrate that you're working with a very specific subset of youth. We recently shifted one of the youth advocate roles to be dedicated to working with that group of young people to more efficiently draw down from that grant. But we also rely on individual donations, corporate sponsorships, and the like.
All right. Well, we appreciate all that you do and your organization, and sounds like you're operating very effectively within the community, and we appreciate you coming before this court.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it all.
Appreciate the presentation.
Just to kind of give you a heads up in our process, we're now listening to all the outside entities, and then we go back into the budgeting process over the next, this month, and then we'll start plugging in what the court agrees to
Yeah.
support at that time, so,
Yep, great, thank you. Well,
thank you.
grateful.
All right, have a good day.
Appreciate you. You can take a bit off for replacing the furniture.
Yeah, we'll have maintenance come figure that out here.
Okay, so up next, we have the McLennan Community Investment Fund. I think we have Chris Houston and then also her colleagues as well. I'll let her introduce them. Do you wanna-
Good
do you wanna
morning.
plug up and go on your PowerPoint, or would you like?
Excuse me. Good
Yeah.
morning.
Good morning.
I emailed you everything.
Yeah, so do you want me to pull it up?
How
or
are you,
y'all-
Chris?
Do y'all wanna?
Doing well, thank you.
See you.
Good to see you too, sir.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay.
We can make it work.
Let's make sure.
Yes, the one from this morning. Yes. Yes.
Thanks for having us, commissioners.
Yes.
Honored to be here today.
Thank you.
There's a hyperlink in there.
Okay,
Either one.
okay,
Thank you.
of course.
Okay. Thank y'all for coming. As you heard us tell the last group that we're now in the part where we're looking at outside entity request. Y'all have been one that we've been supporting the last several years, and so we're interested to see how you've been doing and what your plans are for the future. So
Yes, sir.
go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge Felton, Commissioner Jones, and Commissioner Smith. We are here representing McSIF, McLennan Community Investment Fund. And next slide, please. And I am Chris Houston. I'm the relatively new executive director. I met Judge Felton, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the two of you. But thank you for having us both today. This is Mr. Chris Gonzalez. You probably know him. 2 executive directors ago. He is now working part-time with us as our loan program administrator. Next slide, please. So this is what we plan to cover very briefly today. Some acknowledgements, a summary of our request, our organizational summary, the details of the request, and then a little bit on our budget. Thank you. So first and foremost, because we were raised right, as good Southerners, we want to thank you for supporting McSIF since 2021. Thanks to your support and even endorsement, we were able to earn our U.S. Treasury Department CDFI fund certification in 2023. And so we can't thank you enough for that. So our summary of our request is up next, and we are respectfully requesting funding in the amount of $150,000. $75,000 of those funds will be for our community development loan program, and $75,000 of those funds will be for our general operating expenses. So at this point, we've hit our major goal. We have become the only U.S. Treasury certified CDFI loan fund. There are different types of CDFIs. We are a loan fund in the county with a specific focus on providing financial services and technical assistance in 29 of our low-income census tracts in our county. And now it is time to grow. It is time to get the word out that we are here providing loan services and business development training services. And so our request will help us to augment our permanent loan fund so that we may provide secured loans at low fixed interest rates. I've mentioned to Judge Felton, do you have a question?
No,
Sorry.
when you had to stop, I was gonna say that when y'all, that was one of our goals, is for y'all to reach that certification, that higher standard, and so, you know, we're very,
Refresh our memory, what it took to get to the CDFI.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones, Judge Felton, Commissioner Jones. It is a process, and Judge Bill Vance is a soldier, because you have to first establish yourself as a lending entity and then go through the federal Treasury Department's process of meeting all the requirements, showing that you're able to deploy loans, showing that you have actually specifically targeted enough borrowers in what we have identified as 29 of the low-income census tracts, according to U.S. Census data. Most, though not all, of the loans, not so much the technical assistance, the education part, but the loans have to be proven to have been lent to low to moderate income people who either establish their businesses in one of the or more of those 29 low-income census tracts or actually reside in them. The process was quite involved. We had to make 2 attempts because you just have to be able to demonstrate all of these criteria, that you are managing the money, that you passed an audit, and you're keeping account of all of the funds that you already have, that you are not only lending, but as with most government grant funds, you must also be providing the educational assistance, the technical assistance to make sure that those to whom you lend are good stewards of those funds. So we had to develop a more, and thanks to him, I cannot take credit for it, Chris Gonzalez started it, but we had to develop more on our technical assistance side. And then just laboring away at all of the data reporting that was needed for the application is generally the process. And you're recertified annually or renewed annually, and then there's a big recertification that takes place as well. Constant grant reporting, like yearly grant reporting, and then even more reporting so that you can demonstrate compliance at intervals in that 12-month period. So it means that though we're not regulated as the banks and credit unions are, through the U.S. Treasury Department, we are monitored and regulated, and that is kind of what Judge Felton was getting at. It is the gold standard of sorts of community loan funds because we have to meet certain criteria, be good stewards of those funds, and also probably target the most vulnerable who lack access to traditional banking systems for various reasons that I will get into. And that's one of the other things that we had to demonstrate, Commissioner Jones.
Great.
Did I answer your question fully?
Perfectly.
Thank you. And Chris would kill me if I did not stress that even though we are serving members of our community who may not meet the criteria for traditional banking loans, that we provide secured, fixed loans at low interest rates. Proud to say that because currently we don't have any loans that are, loan funds that are acquired through loans, our interest rates are lower than some of the bank loans at this time. As we grow, we will need to diversify our loan capital, but that is the case for us now. And I am so sorry. I need to do a better job of making eye contact with you.
You're doing fine. You're doing
Thank
fine.
you.
No problem.
Okay, now help me with that.
Yes.
The last statement that you just made about, or what, so there, in banking, you've got all these ratios you got to keep and stuff like that.
I'd be glad to answer that if that's okay.
Yeah.
So the difference between a bank and a CDFI, community development financial institution, we're not held to the stringent auditing because we're exclusively for community development. And so this fund was designed for economic development in underserved communities. And so we have a different, since we are nonprofit, we are not for profit, and we rely on the donations of the community and our leadership so that we can have this fund available to business owners as a resource. So not only as lenders, but also as technical assistance, counseling, coaching our business owners one-on-one, helping them with a phone call, guiding them through difficult processes, whether they should even take a loan or not. And so,
Getting their finances in order so that they can even be eligible for our loans, which are right now off, well, not right now, because of how we're set up as a CDFI loan fund, our loans do have criteria to protect our assets, but they are not as stringent as bank loan requirements. I think one of the other big things is that we currently have Cadence Bank doing SBA lending at a lower than typical rate meaning you need to be borrowing at least 250,000, but usually it's 500. And in certain instances, because this is a federal certification, you won't even get into a traditional bank if you don't need about $500,000 to $1 million. We can even lend 1,000. We do micro lending. That is a major distinction as well, Commissioner Jones.
So,
Generally speaking, how far out do these loans go? How many years?
3 years.
3 years is your
We, and we have worked with other CDFIs and banks to partner on loans, just based on what the community needs and based on what the borrower needs. And so we're not only just the exclusive place for them to come and get a loan, we have resources, partnerships, so that we can find them the funding and the loans, and we don't charge for that. We help and coach them through that, guide them through that.
As part of the technical assistance.
And so
Like
it's been,
SBA and things like.
yeah, very similar to SBA.
SBA, local banks and credit unions that may lend, other CDFIs that have a more regional, when you think of areas of Texas or throughout Texas, or even some CDFIs who are beyond Texas but also in Texas, because they're larger. They have a greater lending capacity, and they can help us to meet McLennan County residents' small business lending needs.
The current market rate right now is around 8%, 8.5%. We're lending at between 6 and 9 fixed rate loans.
With flexible terms.
With flexible terms. And so we have the opportunity to manage each one of these relationships one-on-one, coach them. So there are times when we underwrite a loan, as a part of the loan, we counsel them once a month. We meet with them to see their progress and to see how they're doing. What decisions are they making so that they're successful in this first loan that they're doing with us, so that they're more available.
That's important because, you make a loan with a plan on getting the money back. And one way or the other. And the education that comes with taking out a loan with you all is very valuable, because in traditional banking, which I was in for 30 years, the standards that the regulators have put on traditional banking have got so much more stringent, and the cost of booking a loan is very expensive now. And so you don't really have time to take someone and train them, but you guys do. That's the method to your madness.
Yes, sir.
And ideally, someone takes out that loan, has a good idea, and puts the sweat equity and all those things in it, and gets that business to the size that they can easily pay you off by getting a loan from a traditional bank.
Yes, sir.
And moving on to the next step.
A stepping stone. And if you look at our logo,
Economy, creating jobs.
you'll see on the logo, there's like a lifting up.
Yeah.
That's what that is. It's like helping them the next step. We're that step.
And the Community Reinvestment Act that banks have to comply with means that they do things to help the community. And for a bank to work with this organization is very important, because they put it all in their written response to the federal government on what they're doing for the community. So
Yes, and we are forging relationships with we have already forged relationships with most of our local banks, and we're working as well on relationships with some of the banks that are here locally, but they have a greater presence. And part of that Community Reinvestment Act obligation that the banks have is a resource that we are well tapped into, and that is the service. We would not be able to run our business development training services free of charge to anyone who wishes to attend and get that support, were it not for the generosity of our local banks and credit unions and other professionals like accountants and lawyers and marketing experts who volunteer their time to teach business owners in the community a plethora of skills, as you will see listed in the more extensive written budget request. And so our next big step is to do the work that is required to actually tap into some of the Community Reinvestment Act funding that banks will make available to organizations like us.
And I intend on keeping my promise to you to help you expand those relationships with those bankers.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Judge
I'm
Felton.
working on that now.
You told me August. You said, give me
Yeah,
a break.
August is, yeah, we're gonna, we'll have this saucer and bloater done, on the
By
budget, and I'll have some time to be able to do that.
Thank you, Judge
Yeah, I'm
Felton.
glad to do it.
And I'd like to say, there have been bankers and banks that have been gracious in helping
Right,
us.
yeah.
Extraco, David Brennan and his bank, so we're just very grateful and thoughtful for all the help that we've received.
You bet.
So our next, in summarizing our funding request, is for the operational support. That is a continual challenge. It has been much easier for us to acquire loan capital than it has been for us to acquire operating capital, but it is so needed if we are to sustain our operations and achieve our mission, especially given that we really do seek to grow. And growth means reach more potential borrowers, and it also means being able to make bigger loans than we have typically made. Next slide, please. So this is our organizational summary, and I'll try to get through it. Our mission, we wouldn't be a nonprofit if we didn't help you to remember our mission. It is to promote economic growth and opportunities for small businesses in Waco, Belmead, Beverly Hills, Robinson, and Lacey Lakeview. Keep in mind, though, that our lending can extend beyond this vicinity, that vicinity that is listed.
That's an important statement because these commissioners represent communities outside of those, like when you get out to the far ends of Moody,
Yes,
West,
sir.
Mart, and I heard Riesel mentioned a while ago, but
Yes, sir.
yeah, that's something we're very interested in seeing.
And we do it. One of our construction company clients is in Marlin. That just came to my mind, but only because of that need to have a targeted investment area do you have to focus the lending piece, most, maybe 60%, a small majority, on those identified areas. But we have the reach that extends where needed, even outside of McLennan County in certain circumstances, but mostly McLennan County and beyond what you kind of consider Waco and contiguous areas. So our goals are to serve small business owners lacking access to traditional banking systems by offering access to capital and technical assistance. And we want to act as a segue for these small businesses so that they can gain the financial strength, as Judge Felton said, to be able to benefit from our traditional banking systems. Next slide, please. So we have our CDFI loan fund, which serves small businesses, and we have our business development training or our technical assistance. And CDFIs are really designed to foster economic opportunity and revitalize neighborhoods. And so we are doing that work. On the technical assistance side, funding from sources like McLennan County has enabled us to do what Judge Felton mentioned, which is to sit and spend time one-on-one, because it is a line item in our budget, to work with a small business owner that has most of what they need to be eligible to get a loan, but not all of it, and coach them so that they get all their ducks in a row. And once they have a loan, or even if they just want to grow their business, we do provide that training for business development completely free. As Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, we have many partners. I tried to list some of them in the more detailed request. It includes our local chambers. Our board member, Jocelyn Williams, is here from the African American Chamber, our local businesses, banks, and credit unions, as well as local professionals.
So I'll go over the organizational summary. And this is a breakdown of the type of loans we offer. So if you go to slide 14, please, the types of loan, it says micro enterprise loans. We currently offer loans as low as $1,000 up to about $50,000. If a business owner comes in with a need above $50,000, that's when we reach out to our partners in network. Other CDFIs have helped us in the past, other bankers have too. And so we have that relationship established that we can help our community in those needs. The next slide. explaining the types of loans we really have an appetite for is someone maybe that owns a construction company and they need to buy a piece of equipment. You know, I've done loans for even shop vacs before, trailers, tools,
Rehabbing buildings.
rehabbing building, yeah, just expanding, working capital. And so there's really no limit to what we can put a deal together for. And next slide, please. Intermediary loans. Helping other nonprofits in the interim while they're trying to figure out a lending strategy, we can help them temporarily. We have done some nonprofit loans in the past. We've also helped local business owners in the past. And so that's just another type of loan that we offer. CDFI purchase loans. We've done a loan for a business. He needed $100,000 to finish his building here in town. We just weren't able to put that together for him, so we reached out to BCL, and they were able to help with a very low interest rate loan to get his store open, and his store is thriving. And so that's just an example of how another CDFI purchased something that we put together at first. So
And using that
BCL
referral.
would be,
BCL is the name of a larger CDFI that
Okay.
is
More
housed in
established.
Austin, and they
Okay.
have a reach throughout Texas.
Okay.
And they even do SBA lending. They're not only micro lenders. They may lend 1.5 million. They don't have the capacity restrictions that we have. And so we just referred, right?
well, I started the process, got the loan. We wanted to do it, we just couldn't put it together for them. So we handed it off to them, and they were able
Just
to
last
complete
week
the loan.
is what I'm
Well, no, that was on a different situation, but I think we have some that we're working on to BCL at the moment.
Right.
So. But it's a great partnership. They're a bigger CDFI. They're a great example of what we'd like to be in the future. It's just great for the community. So next slide. Our clients.
This is where we discussed briefly, and I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
Yes, please do.
The need for our funding, we want you to meet a few of our clients. So one of them, who has actually been a repeat borrower, is Miss Deborah Wilson. She has Deborah Wilson's Music Ministries. And she said that McSiff helped her business by giving great business advice and financial help with easy, low payments. The next one is an example of a nonprofit that we serve. GTG Outdoors is a local nonprofit that has a mission to help fund and provide outdoor adventure experiences to support the well-being of those who are underrepresented in Central Texas. And then the next one is a local restaurateur. Taqueria La Chona has a food truck located in South Waco. That's your slide.
Yes, ma'am. La Chona, yes, he has a food truck. When he started a few years ago, it was a very small little enterprise, and he's just really grown. It's out across from the ice cream place right off of Valley Mills.
That's all I know.
So La Chona, he's really grown. A great client and an example of what we were able to accomplish. Next slide.
BCL.
BCL of
BCL.
Texas.
Yeah. Okay.
And Rosie
Valdez.
is the
Rose Valdez.
CEO. Rosa Valdez is the CEO. I can send you some information on them.
I got it.
Okay.
So the need for funding, I'll sum this up pretty quick. Most of our applicants have credit scores in the range of 580 to 620. They've struggled in that area, and it's not something that can't be overcome. We can help them with a plan of action. Financial discipline is something we talk about, helping them to really focus on what their goals are and chart out a plan. Census data is out there. 80%, based on census ACS data, McSiff estimates that 41% of its borrowers earn less than the average median income. So we are helping in that realm as well.
Next slide, please.
Slide 26, if you don't mind.
Just the next slide.
And-
So these are
and-
just some statistics to just kind of, everyone loves data. So when we talk about people lacking access to traditional banking systems, there was a 2017 FDIC study showing that 28.4% of Texans with a family income of less than $15,000 are unbanked. 26% of Texans in that income level are underbanked. And for family incomes ranging from $15,000 to $30,000, 19.6% are unbanked, 25 are underbanked. So this percentage of low to moderate income families in our investment area is likely to be the same or greater based on census data that we have found. Next slide, please. So how do we help borrowers in ways that there's no one else, no other game in town serving? We will work with them if they are not eligible for traditional bank loans because of factors like low credit scores, lack of credit history, or insufficient income or assets. And that keeps them from meeting banks' underwriting requirements. One of the things that we are very proud of is that we're the only lending institution that offers entrepreneurs better alternatives to the currently utilized predatory and even suboptimal lending sources, payday loans, title loans, high-interest consumer credit cards, and even draining their personal savings and retirement savings, which, as we know, that's needed for when you're too old to continue to work. But that is a funding source for a lot of our entrepreneurs at times.
Could I explain one of those loans real quick? Okay. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So how do we meet the needs of our community? Next slide, please. So this is just some specific data. We've kind of quickly run through it. Our typical loan range is from $1,000 to $50,000. We talked to you about the purposes of those loans, and 6 to 9% fixed interest rates with fees of just 1%, and flexible interest-only payments if that is needed. We've served about 41 borrowers that may have changed recently since we opened our doors, and we've provided over $400,000 in financing, and we've estimated that we've created over 40 jobs. We've also provided our business development services to about 149 small business owners at no cost to them. Next slide, please. So we mentioned some of our partnerships. We wouldn't be able to find the borrowers, we wouldn't be able to serve them or train them if it weren't for partnerships and relationships with our chambers, our banks, other Texas CDFIs, and even CDFI coalitions. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the details of our request. The request to enhance our permanent loan fund is needed. So our current portfolio is approximately $269,000. 18 of our loans have been repaid in full. We have 3 delinquent accounts that are now in a modified repayment agreement, but there are 0 loan defaults, and we attribute that to 2 things: that one-on-one relationship that we build with our borrowers, as well as the technical assistance and education that we provide them to support them throughout the life of their loan. We also are asking for operating support, and that covers what you can imagine, things like payroll, rent, and utilities. One of the things that I would like to highlight for the court, the Commissioner's Court, is that our CDFI recertification is due in December, and it is a big deal. CDFI, the CDFI fund has changed the requirements, and we had the benefit this year of really getting on top of our grant compliance reporting, as well as applying for another grant from the U.S. Treasury Department in the amount of $125,000 strictly for our loan fund to grow our loan capital. And we could do that and do it well because we were able to retain the services of a CDFI consultant firm who has all that specialized knowledge to guide CDFIs, especially baby ones like us, through all of those federal processes. One of the great things about this CDFI fund certification is that so much grant funding can make its way to McLennan County to serve our small business owners because there are multiple types of federal grants, like the one that we got for technical assistance to help us set up and achieve the certification. And there's so much more that can transfer straight to our small business owners. And that consultant is instrumental in helping us to have a fighting chance at putting forward a strong application to get those grant funds. Next slide, please. So our budget request. We have provided you with our current budget. We calculate the typical 3% increase, and this is just for our operational needs. So our budget at this point is about $319,000. With costs increasing and everything, we expect our operating budget for 2025 to be about $328,000. And we are asking also for $75,000 to help us grow our capacity to make more small business loans through our permanent loan fund. Next slide, please. So this is, I don't know if it's needed. I had planned to ask because we did provide you with that budget, and that previous slide with that little icon was just the budget itself that we could link to. Is that needed at this time?
We have it in our package,
You
so
do.
I don't think we need to go over that.
Okay, I just had it in case. Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge Felton. And we're wrapping up. Next slide, please. So you want to know how we set our goals and how we track and measure attainment of those goals. And as Judge Felton said, most recent major goal, become a CDFI, was reached in 2023. We have goals to market our loan program and grow our borrower pipeline. The CDFI fund has a formula. The more we deploy loans, the more money the federal government is willing to grant us to make loans. And so our ability to market and grow means that we will bring more federal grant funding for borrowers to McLennan County. We are tracking our ability to deploy those loans in our underserved areas of the county also, and we've already lent out more than $400,000. We also want to grow our business development training program. We want to take the show on the road. Currently, we do monthly lunch and learns, and we do one-on-one coaching in our office. Both of those happen in our office. We know from surveys that I've conducted that our business owners do business during lunchtime sometimes. We need to be able to expand this program so that we can have a morning and an evening offering, and we would also like to grow our business development training program so that we can offer a small business accelerator program that would be an 8-week program that provides an extensive training curriculum and access to capital through a very affordable loan with a grant component that would forgive a portion of the loan if people in the program meet certain criteria. It is one way, I participated in one in Houston. It is one way to really set small businesses up for the growth that they need and so that they can be successful. Next slide, please. I think it's you.
Yes. So overreach and strategic goals. Number one, we want to increase capacity through attention to policies and procedures, use of technology, and strengthen partnerships, marketing and outreach, secure resources to fuel future growth, grow lending capacity and impact to benefit small business owners, and enhance with the local economy within 12 to 24 months.
And the lawyer in me has to say, I wrote these slides. Overreaching is like a thing you never want to do. Those are our overarching strategic goals. Sorry.
And so at the end of the day, we've barely scratched the surface. There are a lot of small businesses in our community that could use our service. We're a phone call away. We can set an appointment with someone. If they have questions, if we don't have the answer, we can get them the answer. And so that's it.
So how do we track? We have tons and tons of spreadsheets and reports, making sure that we take good care of the money that we are granted. We do raise money, but most of our funds are through grant sources. So we track detailed information about the loans, demographics about the borrowers, the locations of the businesses. I know that as you serve different parts of McLennan County, you're interested in seeing whether your constituents are served. We do track that data, and with the ability to grow, we can market to a broader target market. We also track repayment history. We have annual reporting requirements for all of our grantors, and we do set SMART goals to measure our goal attainment, and we evaluate whether our marketing plans, our loan program plans, our business development training plans are actually working. That is one of the reasons that we now know that Lunch and Learns is not necessarily the ideal way to deploy those free workshops. We did surveys to see if we were on to something or if we needed to modify our approach. And as Judge Felton mentioned, our ultimate success is when we create loan customers for our local banks, because that means that those businesses have grown in strength and they are now able to be eligible to access greater service, greater, not better, larger financial services through our local banks and credit unions. And I think that's the last slide, is it? Yes. So thank you so much for having us. I hope that there's maybe time for us to answer your questions, but if not, we are always available if you want to follow up.
Thank you.
I have just two quick questions.
Okay.
You mentioned that the loans are guaranteed.
Secured, yes, sir.
Secured,
Yes, sir.
okay. How do you go about that?
Well, usually,
Just signature or?
no, sir. So we do an inventory, so whatever they want to put up for collateral.
Okay,
We
so
get-
there is some collateralization
There-
in,
Yes, sir.
UCC one,
Not
Yes,
some, complete.
UCC filing.
Yeah.
And,
So even though our criteria are more flexible, we hedge against the risk by
securing the loan with collateral. Yes, sir. And then it's based on what they have. And
Okay.
it's been very helpful. People are surprised what they could use for collateral. And
Okay.
So,
Great.
it's been helpful.
Sometimes it's the equipment, sometimes it's other business assets or personal assets.
so if somebody was to come for a loan for a piece of equipment that's titled, I guess that would be the easy, y'all would just
That's ideal. Yes,
That's
sir.
perfect.
hang on to the title.
Yes, sir.
And then how much is what is the amount the city of Waco contributes? So to,
Currently, we receive $50,000 for our loan fund and $50,000 for operating expenses, Commissioner Jones.
and so will you be asking them for the increase of to 150,000?
We asked for 125,000, I believe. But they sent us a caveat when they asked us to renew our application, and they said, budget cuts, budget cuts, budget cuts. And some of the funding that we have given out in the past may not be renewed. And so we said, we better pay attention to that caveat.
And I noticed the budget just went out for 25 for the city. I haven't had an opportunity to take a look at that, but that's out there as well.
yeah, we were.
Just wondering. Just wondering.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Jones asked one of my questions on secured loans.
Yeah.
I was curious what was being used generally for security, so appreciate you answering that. And then you said there were 18 loans since you've been in existence that have been fully repaid. The money that was earned from those loans, has that gone back into
Yes.
strictly the loan side?
Yes, sir. Goes
You-
right
you
back
Plow
in.
those back into increasing your ability to loan money then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Do you have a
And
number?
we even
Do you have a
have,
number on that?
Well, they got repaid 300, what was it?
I was just curious
I
how
do.
much, what was earned off.
Oh,
Repaid was a total loan.
so I will tell you, one of the things that was done in the beginning is very low loan fees, maybe 1%.
Right.
That model may need to be reevaluated because we don't really earn enough income from those loans. We made a strategic decision to start simple, not transferring as much of our operating costs to our borrowers because we know that we are targeting our low-income communities. As we grow, as we are able to move from mainly low-income borrowers to more moderate-income borrowers, we have endeavored to do more like traditional banks and use a system that charges more interest and charges higher fees so that we can start to generate operating capital in addition to growing our lending capital.
Lending capital.
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
And there will be a balance in that so that we still are a good resource and it's not too expensive for our community to
Right.
borrow.
Certainly, you want to maintain that.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. We appreciate y'all's time, and we're in the middle of the budgeting process, so we have questions, we'll give you a call, and otherwise, we'll make those decisions later in the month.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you for
having
having
us.
us. Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Thank you for your help with the slides, ma'am.
Are you Ms. Bartlett?
Yes,
Nice to see you in person.
yes. So many emails back and forth.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Ms. King, how are you this morning?
Recording stopped.
Yeah, come on up, and we're gonna take a real quick break.
That's fine.
And
These are the handouts. I will
Okay, we'll get recorded here.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back into session. Francis?
So next up, we have Meals on Wheels, and we have Debbie King. Again, items there on the budget drive for you, but also an updated letter has been passed out.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Morning.
So I want to address the Texas Department of Agriculture's Texas Feeding Texas, and their program is changing requirements this year. And they have the craziest year because they always start in February and end in January the next year. And I'm not sure why they did that, but it creates a lot of interest when we're doing this. So essentially, they gave us from February through January $119,000 and $142.78. That's just for here in McLennan County. Since we serve Hill and Falls County, we get other amounts that we use in those counties. We never mix the counties up. We keep it really straight. But they have added to what they want you to do is that they want to certify that we really are a Meals on Wheels program, and and then they also have the matching funds, and what we're asking for is just getting a 10% increase. We've been at $30,000 for a long time, but the cost of food has gone up. So that's one of the things that this grant would help, but we're happy with the 30 if we can get that. And then they also want to do they want you to evaluate our accounting system. And this is the end of year 2022, but I have one copy here. I can leave other copies if you want for our audit. Our other audit is finished, but it hasn't been approved by the board yet. And as soon as it's approved, I'll get you the one that was finished
Just
for
give it to Francis.
2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has
she's
one
got it.
there.
Okay.
I already gave it to her.
Yeah.
Is there, have you seen it?
No.
Is there, okay, is it got a clean,
There's one issue that they've had with our senior center thing, and that's for the 2023. We've been what happens is that people go to a senior center in McLennan, but they actually live in Bosque, or they live in Falls County, but they're closer to our senior centers. So we've had to make some changes to that. That's basically it.
Okay.
And so, and there's a couple, it really had to do with the senior centers, not with the home delivered meals, just because it's a different program that we manage separately.
One of our requirements is for y'all to provide that to us, so we'll need to.
Yeah, I'll get the other one and notate
And we'll bring
what
it
it
to court
said
and
on
get
that.
it,
Yeah.
for recording purposes.
Yeah, that's the only thing there.
Okay.
So then, I know that you guys gave us some great ARPA funds, and so I got the last quarters together and brought it with me because I thought you'd like to see since it's ending out. And this is what happened for April, May, and June of this year, and we spent the funding, and that's about $9,000 a month, and that fed 72 residents here in McLennan County.
Okay, good.
And so one of the things that this has been, the federal funding is going away. Even the funding we get from the AAA here has been cut, and because they're not getting as much federal money. So we're just hoping that maybe we can get some additional money to continue feeding these people. I know the ARPA funds were real helpful, and basically it's $9,000 to $10,000 a month to feed this many people. So it's been, right now, we're looking at the last 3 months of the ARPA will end in September, and we're saying, how are we going to feed all of them once this is over? So our ask this time is, can we get some more money to feed the clients in our county?
Talking about ARPA money?
Well, I know you won't have ARPA money, but is there other funding that we can get? But if you have ARPA money, we'd be happy to keep spending it.
Yeah. ARPA was, the government.
Yeah.
It wasn't a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And so we've pretty much got most of it obligated, although one of our backup plans is if some money that we assign to an entity, for some reason they can't meet the criteria, it drops down into a bucket that we have entities that we prioritize where it goes or places for it to go, so we can look at that. But so you're saying that your basic request is 33,000 this year, but that doesn't include what you just mentioned,
Right.
to pick up those individuals that we were able to help through ARPA funding.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I think that going into July, we're closer to, we'll finish out the money, and it's about right at close to $30,000 that's left in that account right now. So, so that would cover the next 3 months. It would
So-
cover July, August, and September, and then I believe that that's when we're done with our ARPA funding.
And so that amount was how much money?
130.32.
Yep,
Oh, the 27,130,
yep.
okay.
It was great. It was,
The total ARPA though was 128,000?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just the total allocation.
So during COVID, we had other people that were helping us with that, but this has really been helping us
Okay.
kind of close it out because you really hate to tell somebody, we can't feed you anymore.
Yeah.
And so we're working on some new donor things, but whatever we can get to help continue feed some of the McLennan County home delivered would be very helpful.
So what qualifies an individual for meals?
They basically have to be over 60 years old and they have to be homebound.
Okay,
If they can get out of their house and go somewhere, like to a senior center, then we don't feed them at home.
okay,
And there's a lot of these people here. They also sometimes are there for temporary reasons, and we have some grant money from Cooper Foundation that if they get discharged from the hospital, we can get them fed really quick. And a lot of times that someone is home and recuperating from knee or hip surgery or something else, and they only really need it for maybe 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
And so we do have that funding that gets us to get people on it, and that one doesn't require an age. So if you're 50 and you had a accident and
Yeah.
needed some, we can do it with that funding.
so do you know what the qualifications for a seniors center entrance up? What would it qualify
We'll
under?
feed them for free, well,
Do you run the seniors?
yeah, with the
SNAP
senior
program
centers
and-
here in, yeah, in all the counties we cover, specifically McLennan. We have 3 nice ones here in Waco. And we do get some money from the city of Waco for that
So,
management.
but for an individual to qualify, they'd have to
They
be,
still have to be over 60.
okay,
And they have to fill out a form and tell us who they are, and so we can keep track of them. If they just show up and they want to eat, they have to pay for it. And we charge them $5.
okay,
And occasionally, there's people like that don't want to fill out paperwork, but that's what gets us into trouble with our auditors. You have to be on our thing with all your details. And we do take people out of the county, which I mentioned earlier, if it's closer to drive to a McLennan one than drive one out of the,
so if they comply, you'll.
right.
food
But
for
most of them
compliance.
come and they're just socializing. We're
Yeah.
learning that the new senior is more a socialist or not, that's not the right
Whoops.
term. Is more wanting to be social than wants to sit and eat a meal. That's what we're finding, is that they really are much more, they don't eat a lot of times. So we might have
Well,
20 people and between 7 and 10 eat because they're on a different world schedule, they just ate brunch before they came and,
One of the smartest medical people that I know is sitting in this room today.
oh,
He has told me the value of socialization could be equal to a lot of medicines and food. I don't know if that's exactly the way you said it, but that's the way I took it.
yeah, it is. It's really great. It's
It's a
fun.
great program.
We have a 99-year-old that we just celebrated her birthday that goes to the Harrison Senior Center here in town on a regular basis.
That's great.
She still drives her car.
Well, we will definitely take this in consideration. We appreciate it. We know that there's a lot of volunteers that work in the
We
community.
couldn't make it.
Couldn't do it without them.
We have over 600 volunteers that work between all the counties, but McLennan has a huge number that do it. And we still have churches that they come to their church and deliver in the neighborhoods around their churches.
Yeah, and, you know, from time to time, we recognize volunteerism through organizations and all, just through resolutions, those kind of things, and I think it'd be appropriate if we address the volunteers of Meals on Wheels. And you'll find out, as you know, these people don't just volunteer for one organization. They're
Yes.
involved, they're engaged in the whole community, so good job.
Yeah, I find how people come, they said, well, I just retired and I wanted something to do, so they
Yeah.
show up and start delivering for us.
Great. Okay, well, we appreciate it very much. And
Thank you.
we will be in touch.
And I'll make sure you get the next thing when my board approves the
Thank you.
audit.
Appreciate it. Okay, Francis?
So we have Dr. Jackson Griggs with us next, and with
Okay.
Waco Family Medicine.
He looks familiar.
And do you want, if you
Yeah.
want to do that, yes, there's an HDMI cable here, and then that will hook you directly up to the screen. But I have it ready if there's any issues.
Thank you so much for that preparation. And Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Smith, and Judge Felton, it's a delight. It's a real joy to be with you guys again. Appreciate all that y'all are doing right now to see to it that our county is well taken care of. And I'm
Thank you.
gonna throw some slides up here to kind of orient us, and appreciate the invitation to come and visit with you, and of course your ongoing support for Waco Family Medicine and the efforts that that we're constantly trying to achieve. So I thought in this 20 minutes that I have with you, I thought that I would sort of zoom out a little bit. We of course, we just opened our new central facility in no small part thanks to the county's investment in that facility through ARPA dollars. If you'll recall, $2.5 million of the county's ARPA dollars went to that facility to support. Well, thank you both, and I don't know if Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Smith, if you had a chance to see it, but I'd be happy to give you a tour at some point.
Yes, I'd like.
Yeah, I'd love to show you. So,
Absolutely.
we'll coordinate that after this meeting at some point. But 2 weeks before we opened, which was, we started seeing patients on June 24th, we got a notice from the regional director of CMS. Now, CMS is Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, divided into 10 regions across the country. It's a $2 trillion, federal agency. And so the director of one of these 10 regions, their staff said, hey, we want to come by for a friendly drop-in because we've heard good things about Waco Family Medicine. How about the 24th? And I said, yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to have you.
That
But it
was
was
opening day.
timing was a little tricky because it was opening day. But there was a group of 7 officials from HHS, including Deputy Director from Centers for Medicaid Medicare Innovation, CMMI, which is, so Deputy Director from Baltimore came in, Office of the Assistant Secretary of Health. So it was a really wonderful group to have and to talk about the work that we're doing in McLennan County and for the people that we serve. In that, I shared some slides, and they expressed some gratitude. I actually happened to be at a conference later, and they were recapitulating some of the content here, so I thought I'd share it with you as well as kind of an introductory or context. Before we do that, I'd like to share just our mission statement. I've shared this with you before, but it's helpful just to know what we're about at Waco Family Medicine. It's to improve the health and wellness of the underserved residents of the heart of Texas by providing effective access to high-quality, comprehensive primary care. And I'm going to come back to that. High-quality, comprehensive primary care and an exemplary training environment for tomorrow's family physicians and other healthcare professionals. So we have this twofold mission: provide excellent primary care and create a great environment to train tomorrow's healthcare professionals with a focus on our primary care physicians, our family doctors. So how do we define high quality, comprehensive primary care? It's the provision of whole person. So we're not chopping people up into bits and just taking care of one organ or one feature. We're thinking about people as whole people when we care for them. Whole person, integrated medical, dental, and mental health care, because we're not, despite what Rene Descartes would have said, we're not a brain over here, mind over here, and a body over here. We are fully integrated as human beings. Integrated medical, dental, and mental health care, addressing the majority of a patient's health and wellness needs across settings and through sustained relationships. That's the operative word there, relationships with patients and families. We view this, the sort of the sacred space between primary care team and patient has everything to do with the trusting relationship. So the context I mentioned, so zooming out, we have a sick care system in America, more than we have a healthcare system in America. We don't do so well at providing health and wellness to our population. We're always kind of chasing our tail in addressing disease. 4.4 trillion on healthcare in 2022, 17.3% of our GDP, which means that we're really burdening our economy with massive healthcare costs, and that comes that there is a opportunity cost in spending that much on. There are trade-offs on healthcare. 13,500 per person per year. So if you take the population of the United States, that's the average amount of what people spend, or we spend in the United States on healthcare per year. So what that has bought us in the way that we've arranged our healthcare system in the United States is excellent hospitals, but poor population health with vast disparities in health outcomes by subpopulation. So if you take the economic groups and you divide them up, and you look at, well, what are the outcomes compared, there was some really valuable information shared that in McLennan County, if you were to look at the zip codes in Waco, there is a 15-year life expectancy differential based on where you're born. So if you're born in Woodway, for example, you have 15 years, on average, this is just average, so we're talking population statistics here, on average, you can expect 15 years longer life than if you're born in East Waco. And that is serious, and really, as a community, I think we recognize that those are unacceptable realities that we need to work together to improve. So I actually, using the brilliance of AI, I created this.
Is that the building you'd like to
graphic.
build
Yeah, this is the
someday?
building, right? No, but I was trying to come up with a graphic, and so this is an AI-generated image here, but I'll explain. So if we were to think of our healthcare system in the United States, we have this, this Taj Mahal hotel, this beautiful, magnificent structure in the United States where we're able to do transcatheter valve replacements. We have amazing antibody drug conjugate medications for attacking and destroying cancer cells. Trauma reconstruction is exceptional. Intraoperative MRIs for neurosurgery, robot-assisted surgery to get down to the most delicate things. But that palatial hotel is built on a crumbling foundation. And so this is the rest of the picture. Our life expectancy is very low. We have high maternal and infant mortality. Chronic disease is very high in the United States. Mental well-being is very low. And I mentioned the health disparities by subpopulation. So this is kind of the image that, the way that I see our United States healthcare system. And the stats, of course, bear that out. This was presented actually recently by the director of the NIH that pointed out that U.S. life expectancy ranks low among peer countries. So if you'll look here at the graphic, you see United States life expectancy has declined. So our life expectancy has declined in the years 2014 to 2017. And then it dropped significantly by 2.4 years between 19 and 21. And then it's rebounded a little bit, but not nearly as expected after the pandemic. We rank in terms of life expectancy above Mexico, below China, and then markedly below Canada, France, and the other developed countries.
Where's the UK on there?
My guess is, well, before or after the defunding of NIH that's happened after the past
So, I
2
mean,
years.
that-
But I would guess
that
it's
is the, you
right
know,
around,
so that's, I
right
mean-
around here in this
Okay.
space, around Canada. The next slide, so this is the Commonwealth Fund. It's nonpartisan, as science should be. It's a health-related think tank looking at population health. They're closely tied with Hopkins. And they've been doing this analysis for multiple years, but what you see here are 11 countries ranked on their healthcare systems with access, care process, efficiency, equity, and healthcare outcomes. And you see the United States ranking 11th. They've ranked dead last year after year. And as someone very proud to be an American, I find, again, some of this information just so motivating because this is not where America should be. When you look at, this is a value chart. It shows healthcare spending on the x-axis and quality on the y-axis. You see this clustering of developed countries and the United States being very costly and low performance in terms of its health outcomes. So this demonstrates high spending and low value compared with other countries. So that's the United States. Now let's look at Texas specifically. So Commonwealth Fund in 2023 developed a scorecard and looked at all 50 states and created a composite performance of state healthcare systems, cost, access, premature death, prenatal care. And you see that we are fourth from the bottom. Again, as a lifelong Texan, I don't like being in this spot. I want to be way up here and be at the top of the list as opposed to the bottom of the list. Worse than average performance. Oklahoma, West Virginia, Mississippi are after us. And a lot of that's been driven by the fact that Texas is the 50th out of 50 states in terms of uninsurance. That's both on an absolute number. We have 5 million uninsured individuals in Texas, and on a per capita basis in terms of rate of uninsurance is highest. And uninsurance is critical because without insurance or coverage impacts individuals' health behaviors. So when you're uninsured, you seek out less preventive care, you receive less maintenance care for chronic diseases, lack of prescription drug access, and a higher likelihood of avoidable hospitalization. And the stats are clear at individual and population levels, lack of insurance yields earlier death. More specifically, in terms of Texas performance, there are 3 factors that I find relevant to today. It's that Texas is 47th for primary care physician density. Little parenthetical comment that actually McLennan County does far better than the rest of Texas in terms of its primary care density.
Do you think that's due to your program?
I do, Commissioner Jones. Yeah, I do. We have 77 primary care doctors per 100,000, which is what the national average is. Texas has 60 primary care, as an average, 60 primary care doctors per 100,000 population. And of course, it gets worse out in rural areas, but no, that's right. There are 30
Can I
yes,
ask
sir.
you a question?
Yes,
that
sir.
really has, and I apologize, it doesn't really have anything to do with this, but I'd like
No,
to
feel free.
see what you could help me with. I hear more and more people saying here locally that they're having more and more difficult times securing a specialist or getting in to see a specialist, that it's months out sometimes. What is the reason for that, in your opinion?
So I'm going to have to struggle and kind of conjecture here because not being an employer of specialists.
Right. I apologize for asking that.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a definitive answer, but I think that to some extent our population is aging, and that's true across the country, but it's also true locally. There are limited graduates that are coming out in certain specialty fields, and those specialty fields are increasingly, in higher and higher demand. I know that, for example, in Abilene, there are just not specialists who you can get access to see. That's where my family's from. So, and even here locally, we've struggled to find adequate neurology staff. There are other areas where what makes me most concerned is not the delays to get specialty access, but when specialty access isn't available at all. There are some specialties in our community where if you don't have $300 at the door, you can't be seen by the specialists because they just, if the specialist says, well, I can see this person whose insurance will pay me, and this person who isn't going to pay me anything, I'll opt for the. So some is the population aging, population growth in our community, and I see in some spaces a reluctance of primary care to practice their comprehensive, the way they've been trained is in comprehensive medicine. I mean, we train our residents in labor and delivery, in newborn care, all the way through multiple adult issues. We train them in the ICU, and then in issues pertaining to death and dying. And you get out in private practice, and the way that the fee structure is designed in private practice, the more patients you see in 15-minute increments, the more you're compensated, and that's how the billing structure is. So you're not necessarily compensated for doing a broad array of care. It puts more demand on the specialists because you're referring a lot more. And the more referral, there's a lot of stuff that, for example, in stable angina, so this is, you walk upstairs, you get chest pain. Stable angina, we know that medication management is just as good as a heart cath with stenting. But so does stable angina, does all that need to be referred to cardiologists? Probably not. It can be managed in primary care. But if you've only got 15 minutes or less, you're going to send that person, which increases the cost of care. It limits the number of visits that cardiologist can see for other patients who have more urgent needs, and it doesn't allow the primary care clinician to practice. So there's, I think, multiple factors that are playing into that, but it's a great question.
That's a good point, though, that if they don't have that much time and all, just like when Commissioner Smith sends me a problem, I try to send it to somebody else as quick as I can.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
Right, send it to the specialist, right?
Yeah, but a lot of that.
That's a good, I appreciate that answer. I do, thank you.
Yeah.
So a lot of the physicians have contracted with hospitals, and then the hospitals, they're real business oriented, and so they require them to handle their production or their touches. They expect them to be faster, so that scenario you just mentioned is more apt to happen. If they're going to push that off, the quickest way is to get it over to the cath lab or wherever.
Yes, sir, and I would agree with the small caveat that, and I think you and I are aligned on this, that our local hospital leadership is deeply committed to community health, and the business orientation comes from the larger systems and the crunch in the health, because everyone is seeing that $4.4 trillion price tag, and everyone's kind of getting squeezed right now. And so those big systems, whether it's big national system or big Texas system, is squeezing then the local hospital systems and the local primary care systems. And so the business is not because there's a big group of, unlike a lot of private for-profit organizations, big pharma comes to mind, who are a lot of shareholders that are getting really wealthy. That's not, you know, the hospital systems, I mean, Ascension, Baylor Scott and White. So the business notion is true because of the way that we've organized healthcare in the United States. So. 49th for reproductive and women's health, so that's early entry into prenatal care, and then how many small babies or preterm babies are delivered. Texas ranks last in mental health service access. I was before this august audience, you know, a few weeks ago talking about 1 in 3 adults have a diagnosable behavioral health condition. That's a mental health condition or substance use. 1 in 3 used to be 1 in 5, but since 2014, the prevalence of mental health has just been climbing. 46% of adolescents and young adults have a diagnosable mental health. It's just a very, very serious issue. And we have the least access to mental health specialty services among the states. So kind of snapshot, U.S. performs more poorly than comparator nations on health of communities. Texas, in the United States, Texas performs near the bottom of the list of the 50 states. And then within Texas, populations in poverty have most limited access and worst outcomes. So we start with United States not doing great, and then Texas being poor, performing poorly in the United States, and then populations in poverty consistently faring worse than others. So it's a very uphill challenge for us. We know, and this is from the most authoritative source in healthcare, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, that primary care is the only healthcare component where an increased supply is associated with better population health and more equitable outcomes. So if you want to put your resources in one domain of healthcare, if your goal is better population health, if you want to see your whole community, if your whole county, you want to see your whole county thrive, and you've got limited resources, your best bet is to put those resources into primary care, because that's the only aspect of healthcare where if you invest in more of it, you get better population health. And among those different groups, like income groups, you get fewer disparities in the outcomes. So back to our value map, the notion here is that to get U.S. from where it's performing now up to comparison countries, it's going to take primary care investment. And this little graph here just shows the different areas where our spending occurs. Primary care over here on the left, home health, specialty care, ER care, and hospital. It has, in the orange, you see number of visits. So 35% of all healthcare visits occur in primary care, 35% in specialty, 3% in hospital. But the green is the amount spent of the total. So a little over a fourth is spent in healthcare. Commissioner Jones, I saw your finger up. Did you have a question?
So I read an article yesterday. It's from, and really the primary driver of cost is, this is hospitals.
Yes, sir.
It is the, what is it? Oxford Academic.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Health Affairs Scholar.
Yes, sir.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, great.
It's really in-depth analysis of what has driven our healthcare costs.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Thank you.
And the costs compared to inflation, wage growth, and then drilling down into professional services from 2006 have gone up about 38%. Mm-hmm. Hospital costs have gone up 84%.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's captures it.
Yeah.
Hospitals are, there's more technology, and if you're competing as a hospital system and your competitor has, this kind of technology, then you want to match this kind of technology across.
Right. It's bigger, better, badder,
And then medications, with multi-drug resistant bacteria that are out there, we're having to use the bigger, more sophisticated antibiotic in order, and those a bag of antibiotics can cost over $1,000 a day. So there's all kinds of costs throughout the system.
And it
But-
seems that the hospitals bear the cost of those really high-end stuff.
They do. There's no such thing as uncompensated care. The care gets compensated somehow, and frequently that's repackaged into premiums for insurance that then falls on the backs of employers. And so we want to see our.
It's up. Insurance premiums have increased, and so they changed their method of calculating this in the 2017 or something like that for some reason. It's up 100 it's up 26% in that, 28% in that same since 2006.
Which, I mean, of course, any employer will tell you that just really, that really, it drags down their profits because they're paying all their expenses and benefits for health insurance premiums, and then they don't make margins that allow them to grow their business. And so there's this real economic dilemma associated with. So the answer, or at least part of the answer, is to create higher value healthcare. And a value, if you buy a really excellent toothbrush for pennies, you get a great value. But if you buy a real cheap toothbrush where the filaments are coming out when you brush your teeth and you spend $10 on it, that's a terrible value. Value is essentially, what you get based on what you pay, and we need to get better and pay less. I mean, we've got to change the equation.
I've had the same electric toothbrush for 15 years.
That's a high value toothbrush, right?
Great value.
Yeah.
So
It's really good.
So the
Teeth are falling out.
so the model here, I'll draw your attention to the graph here. The model here, if you'll watch your primary care, if we can grow the spend on primary care to get closer to what, for example, the OECD countries are, which is 16% of GDP, up from 5%. If 16% of our total spend is on primary care, then we see decrease in specialty care, to Commissioner Smith's point, and we see a decrease in hospital inpatient expenses, to Commissioner Jones's point. Higher value. And why? Because primary care manages mental health and substance use disorder, which frequently underlies chronic conditions, prevention of and early treatment of acute and chronic disease. If we could see patients real frequently and take care of their chronic conditions in the outpatient settings, they don't have the exacerbations of their COPD or their congestive heart failure or any other condition. Effective management yields less hospitalization and better health. Person-centered maternal and child health care. We can focus on caring for moms in their pregnancy so that fewer babies are born preterm. Of course, preterm babies have high expense and can be lasting disabilities that end up being expensive for society and hospital systems, not to mention the incredible challenges that places on the individual and then the families when they're born very premature. We perform, of course, community health assessments, engagement, education, emergency preparedness. So healthier, happier lives, increased workforce productivity and economic strength, and reduced healthcare cost and higher system value. So that's all the context. Now I'm going to move fairly quickly through the more specific slides. These have not changed since the last time I presented to you. A little over half of our population, 56%, is 18 to 64 years old. So this is the working population. This is also the childbearing age population. So that's over half of who we serve. 35%, a little over a third, are children and adolescents. And then 10% of our population is over 65 years old. Female predominance, 60-40 over male. We have a majority minoritized population with Latino population or Hispanic, 45%, and this is all by self-report. African
County?
Yes, sir. This is our whole. So this also includes about 2,000 patients in Temple, but that's negligible when we're talking about 60,000 people. But that also includes the one clinic in Temple. These stats. 45. African American is 24%. other is 4%, white is 27%. So three-fourths of those who come through our door are racial ethnic minorities. The left pie graph first. Federal poverty level, the feds set that benchmark for what below this level makes it impossible to meet your kind of basic, in Maslow's hierarchy, that basic survival strata. And 70% of our population fall below the federal poverty level. That happens to be $30,000 for a family of 4. So a mom with 3 dependents, if you're $30,000 or less, it's very difficult to put food on the table and keep a shelter over your head. That's 70% of our population. 25% of our population is that federal poverty level, and then double it. So in the case of a family of 4, 30 to 60,000 annual household income, and 5% is greater than twice federal poverty level. Payer mix, now this is before the public health emergency ended. So we had a temporary period during the pandemic where, by virtue of a rule that came out of the public health emergency, the states were not allowed to disenroll individuals off of Medicaid. And Medicaid is really beneficial to us because it's cost-based reimbursement. We get paid for the cost of a patient whenever we see a patient by Medicaid. That's because we're an FQHC. That's not normal in private practice. That's one of the benefits of being a federally qualified health center. So during the pandemic and the aftermath, we had 42% of our population covered by Medicaid. Our uninsured population was 32, private 17, that's commercial insurance, and then Medicare 8%. But subsequent to the ending of the public health emergency, among the 50 states, Texas was quickest and most aggressive at disenrolling Medicaid patients, and they overshot. Texas has, in Texas statute, the most restrictive Medicaid rules of any state. So it's hardest to get on Medicaid. In fact, if you're that mother of 4, if you make more than $7,000, that mother of 3, that family of 4, that mother of 3, if she makes more than $7,000 a year, she can't get on Medicaid. So if she has,
What do you think the reasoning is behind that?
I think that the strengths of Texas are also our shadow side. Or maybe said differently, we have strengths, but there's a shadow side to those strengths. Some of the strengths in Texas are that we're gritty, that we know how to work hard. We're frontier people and descendants of frontier people, and and the shadow side of that is to think that, everyone has the resources and agency that I have. Everyone has the privilege and benefits that I have in order to dig deep, and so the failure of economic success must be a failure of grit or willpower or diligence. And I have found in my own experience, after interviewing thousands and thousands of patients who are in poverty, that reasoning just isn't true. That the challenges of individuals experiencing poverty are overwhelming, and the psychology of multiple attempts at overcoming realities of poverty and finding yourself defeated over and over again is itself impactful. In a deleterious way, in a challenging way. So I found the people that we serve are people of great character and people who want desperately to escape some of the challenges of poverty, but just don't have a pathway. And so I think Texas, at some level,
They need a hand up, not a handout.
That's right. That's a great way to put it. That's right.
You made a speech at the Rotary Club a couple years ago, and you and I have talked about this. There's red states out there that have expanded Medicaid very efficiently. And I would imagine that up there on that list, their outcomes are much better. But we continue as a state to do nothing.
And
And I was in a camp at one point in my
Yeah.
beginning of my career that did not feel that was necessary. But where we're at right now is unacceptable.
I really deeply appreciate those comments, Commissioner, and I agree with you wholehearted. We could find a Texas path that was right for Texas, and that, like you said, created pathways as opposed to handouts. I think that's the right way to think about this. We forfeit billions and billions of dollars of federal money. We're paying taxes, and those dollars are going to other states because we have, for some reason, a kind of an ideological opposition to
The federal government.
yeah, to the federal government, even though, you know, if we look across the landscape of our life, the federal government's already got their, you know, involvement in all kinds of things that we do, and I think that we could figure out a way to navigate both our tendency to want to be independent in Texas and receive the dollars that are available for us in Texas. States that have been, health economists have looked at state populations that have
It doesn't
expanded.
have to be a one-size-fits-all type of system where you hamstring innovation and what you really want in a entrepreneurial type of spirit, where drugs are just, I mean, are curing cancer, closer to curing cancer every day. But we have to have some sort of certain safety net
Yeah, yeah,
for your.
yeah. And for communities to thrive, absolutely. I mean, the safety net is not so that we can create winners or losers, or so that we can reinforce certain, it is just for a thriving community. So I tend to agree. This disenrollment, states disenrolled 2.1 million patients, 66% who had Medicaid, they've disenrolled them, so now they don't have Medicaid anymore. 66% of those were disenrolled for procedural reasons, so this is the state's aggressive approach to disenrollment. That has impacted us in vital and dangerous ways. We're not facing an existential threat as an organization right now, but the way that the state has eroded Medicaid for us means that we are seriously looking at, do we need to eliminate certain services? How do we recover? We have retained earnings that can cover this for a year, the deficit created by the state disenrollment, but we can't sustain this in perpetuity. So we're in very active strategic planning on how to accommodate kind of the state's behavior here, while we're trying to aggressively re-enroll as many of those Medicaid eligible patients as we can. So it's a struggle right now. In 2024, we did, though, have some big successes. We opened Imperial Drive, which was a long-standing vision from the behavioral health leadership team in our community. We have a clinic now, a primary care clinic that is on the premises of Behavioral Health Network's Diversion Center, and we are excited about the relationship there and what that will mean for patients who are in crisis, having continuity care, so that we can keep them out of crisis through high-quality primary care, which includes behavioral health, substance use disorder, and mental health care. We opened a midwifery clinic, our first. We acquired this from Ascension Providence, this clinic, and now we have 4 outstanding midwives who are caring for pregnant women at that midwifery clinic. And of course, we opened Central, which triples our square footage for our main site and doubles our clinical square footage, allows us to provide much better services in a much more contemporary format. So really pleased. 8 a.m. on the 24th, I was watching patients come in and see this building, and it just blessed me so much to see the expressions on their faces. So maybe the last slide here to share with you is just the funding request. This is the 9-year, so the Consumer Price Index and Bureau of Labor Statistics issues kind of inflationary rates. If you were to take that very high price of healthcare and distill it down to what the CPI says about medical services themselves, particularly for outpatient clinics, that inflationary rate's pretty low over 9 years. So it's not what's tanking the healthcare system. It's not medical services. That's 2.7% medical inflation, average over 9 years. The last 12-month medical inflation for services, this is as of March of 2024, was 2.1%. So below the 9-year medical services inflation rate. We made a request of the county last year that was just shy of $800,000. If we incorporate the 12-month inflationary rate, it puts us just over an $800,000 ask at $816,349. And so that's what we're presenting to the court and to the county as a request for fiscal year 25 funding. As a reminder, this is a small portion of the uninsured cost in McLennan County. So if we were to look at, in Waco, it's about $7 million for uninsured patient care, and then in McLennan County, it's about, excluding Waco, it's about $5 million. That's our actual cost. That wouldn't be what we would bill, but that's cost to the center. It's about $5 million, excludes Waco, about $5 million to the rest of the county. And so the request is for little less than 20% of that. So, any questions about, I'm sorry that I got a little long-winded on the economics of healthcare, but I think that it's important to contextualize. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we got you a little off too, asking questions, so.
Oh, no, it's great. I enjoy it.
I appreciate
Oh,
your
of course.
response.
So just some of the states that have done this: Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, our friends up north in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
South Dakota, Utah, West Virginia.
So, I mean, that makes the point. Yeah, I agree wholeheartily.
I think you and I should sit down and come up with some sort of strategy as far as how we lobby. I
would deeply appreciate that. And the voice of the court and commissioners and judge, it carries such tremendous weight in Austin, and I'd love to be an ally in any of those discussions or efforts, and can, like I said, put me in, Coach.
I was in DC a few weeks ago, and the conversation came up, and I think you're exactly right, and Commissioner Jones as well, that we create a Texas plan, and if nothing else, that's a good marketing name to get folks on board, and it could have some, some special things in there that kind of separate it a little bit. And I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
You put a lot of support around it.
Well, I think having our own badge and
Yeah.
cowboy hat on it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right. If there are, obviously, I'm always available to the court and to you as individuals if there's ever anything I can do, and really appreciate your longstanding support of our organization, and more importantly, those that we serve.
We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes our reports for before lunch, and then at 1:30, we will listen to the Animal Birth Control, Carrie Spivey, will be on there.
I know we left kind of a big gap for lunch because I was thinking there was something today at lunch.
There is Business League meeting.
So, Carrie won't be with us until 1:50, so if we want to start at 1:45.
Okay,
Well, I actually have a call at 1:30 for Power Pool.
okay, so if we start at 1:45 or 1:50?
1:50 would be good.
Okay,
Yeah.
1:50. All right, we will recess until 1:50.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you gave me 20 minutes and I probably.
Oh, no, that's what I was like, they want my.
Will says he doesn't
You all
have
day.
any. At least I turned off my video this time. Last time I was.
And Fiona, we're gonna start with Carrie and then have you right after.
I was gonna tell you, you
Order
get
of
nose
lineup
hair, you
today.
need to trim a little bit.
Yeah, well, I was looking, I look at the screen like this, and they said that they were worried about what I was getting ready to do. I didn't know.
Are you Lawrence? Okay, I'm Francis. Nice to meet you. Good. There's been so many emails, I wasn't sure who's like matches what name.
It's coming up so fast. That's to say thank you for the bonuses back.
Carrie, did you have anything that was going on going up?
No.
Okay,
I'm just gonna talk with y'all.
okay, great. Well, you're next, so why don't you come on up with
Come on down.
Mr. Commissioner Perry will be here, I mean, excuse me, whatever his name is. Pat, am I right?
No, I'm not gonna do that to you.
This is Smith and Jones, alias Smith and Jones today.
And Commissioner Jones is on a phone call, he should be getting off in a minute, yeah. Hello. Speaking of the devil.
Well, hi, you doing okay?
Okey-doke. We have to wait 2 minutes.
Recording stopped.
I got whiplash on that one. We cannot start till 1:50 because that's what we said. And so.
Okay. Oh, I'm here. I got you.
92 outside.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 1:50. Let's call court back into session. So, Francis,
Yeah, so getting back into outside entity presentations, so our first three up are Animal Birth Control, Creative Waco, and then CASA following.
okay. Oh, Carrie.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me, y'all. Today I'll be chatting with you primarily about public safety and fiscal efficiency. Dogs and cats with bad behaviors linked to reproduction are a threat to public safety and costly to our county. Cats and dogs that have been fully vetted with microchips and spay and neuter are rarely found roaming or being a nuisance or ending up at the animal shelter. Increases in human population mean more pets in our community. You know well how fast McLennan County has been growing. ABC must keep up with this challenge of new residents and the pets that they have in their lives. Nationally, animal sheltering trends reflect what we are also seeing locally. Adoptions are down, and restrictive rental housing significantly reduces the number of pets that can be adopted into loving families that really want a pet. Those are two things that are a challenge for our community to tackle collectively. During the pandemic, ABC and similar vet clinics were without essential supplies and medications that were diverted for human use. This is relevant because the thousands of surgeries couldn't be performed, allowing an unanticipated number of litters to be born. This heavy burden across the U.S. and the county is a challenge to overcome. We are told by national experts that it will take us at least 2 years to dig out from this and just return to where we were before the pandemic. So we've got a lot of work to regain. ABC focuses on reaching and providing first-time pet owners who simply don't have much in the way of discretionary funds. They often lack basic knowledge of how to go about getting veterinary care for their very first pet. They lack the basic knowledge, and this is frequently a first act of independence that many of us have gone through ourselves. We just have to walk them through it. It is a rare municipality that has animal control budgets and staff to meet the needs of the community. ABC is bearing the responsibility to care for people and pets where there continues to evolve across the U.S., being focused on types of care that ABC provides. Proactive support rather than giving fines are unlikely to be paid, frequently removing an animal unnecessarily from a family that will quickly replace it with another. Another area of focus is those areas that are experiencing cats and dogs frequently outdoors, on the streets, or moving from one property to another. They are often in search of food, shelter, human companionship, or a mate. These are a nuisance and a threat to human health, and also potential property damage. This issue happens in neighborhoods and throughout our rural areas. Our citizens don't want to be burdened by frequent strays. The burden types are many and range from the inconvenience of individuals acting as good Samaritans, capturing the loose animals to get them to safety, preventing or dealing with property damage, and generally just feeling unsafe during normal activities that we should all be going about. And finally, of course, our work dramatically reduces the heavy taxpayer burden of unnecessary high costs of sheltering animals. Again, the per animal cost to shelter within our county is $1,337. So on the packet that you got, I got an update from the City of Waco Animal Services, and that number there on the second page where it says, I think it was $1,184. That's now gone up to over $1,300 per animal.
How much?
$1,300. $1,337 for each animal. Sheltering is an expensive, heavy operational challenge. And the public demands that we do it in a minimum way, and that cost keeps going up to meet that minimum. And so whether it's our county shelter that's trying to meet those minimums, or whether it's a smaller city shelter trying to create or meet those minimums, it is very expensive and hard to do well. So on the other side, ABC's maximum cost per animal is $160. And the cost that goes to the county is much, much less than that. The average cost per animal is about $55 to $65. So you'd much rather end up spending, $55 to $65 per animal and prevent litters from that animal going forward, or potentially $1,337 for that same potential animal, and perhaps even have to euthanize it. It's just, it's a terrible way that we have to go about it.
Be interesting to know why the cost is that much, that different between your entity and the animal shelter.
What goes into the $1,337?
Yes, ma'am.
I think a lot of it is just labor and the facilities costs. But I can get you that if you're really interested.
I'm assuming we'll get that when we get to Waco Animal Shelter.
Your cost involves treating the animal and then returning it, right?
Yeah,
Their
not-
cost
Yeah.
involves boarding it and keeping it for an extended period of time, which
Right.
obviously is going to be expensive.
Yeah, because they vaccinate the animals upon intake. They give them, an exam. If they are able to, they go ahead and get it spayed or neutered so it's ready to walk out the door like pet owners want. And in between all that, it's just a lot of care and food and overhead. Yeah. Any other questions for me?
Any questions?
I was thinking about something until we got to talking about that, and I don't remember what it is now, Carrie.
It's okay. Holler if you think of it. I'll
Yeah,
be happy to
If I
help.
think of it, I'll holler at you.
Okay. Thank y'all very much. We deeply appreciate your help.
You're welcome. And
Thank
as you
you,
know,
Kerry.
we're going through this process now. We're into budgeting. This will come back, Francis will bring it back for court's decision on these during this month. So,
That sounds good.
okay.
You mentioned the cost of smaller cities
Yeah.
keeping animal shelters. Are there any in McLennan County other than the city of Waco? Does Belle Meade still have theirs?
They do. They're
Still-
trying. They're
it's still
trying.
open?
They're trying, yes.
Okay, so,
Yes. It is hard.
Certainly is, but to your
Yeah.
knowledge, that's the only other smaller city other than Waco.
Right. I mean, there are others that have thought about it or discussed it to some degree. I'm aware of that. It's a lot to take on, so they've decided not to do it for now.
Right.
Marlin decided to do that, and we see where they've gotten themselves. And Belle Meade has been in a similar situation over the years. So they're doing things better now.
Okay. That was my question.
Yeah.
I did
thank you.
remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right.
So then next, Creative Waco, we have Fiona Bond with us.
Thank you so much. May I give out some?
Of course,
and I can
help you if you need help.
Thank you. Right. We have several bits and pieces here for you.
Can we pass it down, or?
It's probably easiest if I it's a little
Okay.
bit of a
Okay.
challenge to
Don't give us anything complicated.
Yeah.
it's more.
After lunch and everything.
Our printer had a little bit of a conniption before we came out. Okay.
Okey
So,
dokey.
you have an annual report and a ticket to Waco Indie Film
All
Festival.
right.
And then the executive summary of the economic impact study. That's already my email. The film festival always comes up at this time of year, at
Okay.
exactly the right time to
So are you trying to bribe us?
invite, yes, there we go. And put the spark info there. Right. This one.
Waco Indy, is that what that says?
Summary of our application and the report. And that is the summary of the economic impact study.
Okay, great.
And the film festival.
Oh, great, thank you.
Let's see if we can get this going so that the view is correct. Well, it's the wrong way round, but I have the presentation on mine, and that has the presenter view. Any tips for switching those over?
Earlier, we can grab IT if needed. I don't know how much help that would be.
I wonder if it'll let, let's see if it will let me switch here. Display settings. I'm trying to switch it so that the presentation is on that screen and the
It
presented.
doesn't act as a second screen, it's a click share, so it's.
Oh, well,
Shouldn't be.
It's kind of pretty.
See here. I gotta see it.
while we're sorting that out, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you so much for the support you've given Creative Waco since we were formed in 2015. We are now in our 10th year. We haven't quite existed for 10 years yet, but it's been a really good point at which to take stock of where we have come during that period and where we would like to go next. So what I'm hoping to present today is really a little bit of a summary about how we currently serve as your creative and cultural wing for the county, the impact of that and what the dollars that you've invested in this process have delivered, and then where we would like to go next. And if not, you know what, it's not, oh, there we go, perfect. Oh, no, it doesn't want to do it. It's fine, I can play it like that.
It's acting as a second screen.
I haven't written any secret notes, so it's, it just looks a little messy.
It's acting as a second screen, so.
Oh, okay.
We just find that cursor again, because it's.
Yeah, it's up there.
It's gonna be to the right here.
Oh,
perfect.
okay, and just drag it across.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm gonna do. So
Okay.
minimize this real fast. And then I'm gonna go back over here, drag this one. Come on, let me drag it.
There I was thinking the tech, I mean, it just started up straight away as soon as I plugged it in, and
Just this back over here, this way.
all right. Great. I can probably.
It's the whole being a secondary monitor thing is what. Alright. That's why I have poor vision. That's why I wear glasses.
I can see where this, there we go.
And it
Perfect.
reverted again.
Oh, it has, never mind, we will work with it like this, that's totally fine. All right. Yeah, it'll work like that. So just a reminder that we exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community in Waco and McLennan County, Texas. That is our mission statement. And so all of the work that we do is shone through that lens. What does that mean? That means every art form, every cultural group and subgroup in our community. It means education to industry opportunities and creating an ecosystem by which people who are talented can develop professionally. It means that we do programming and public art, and that's often what people associate with us because that's the most visible part of what we do. But I would say that's the tip of the iceberg. So for every sculpture or mural that you see being created in our community, there is if that represents 10%, there's another 90% of work that's going on in the background to develop talent and to make sure that we are not an exporter of talent. We want to attract visitors, talent, and businesses to our community in the creative sector because that has a whole cascade of benefits that our community sees. So just last week, we were hosting a statewide summit at the Cambria Hotel in East Waco, and this was the 2024 Texas Arts Advocacy Summit, hosted by Texans for the Arts with Texas Commission on the Arts, Texas Cultural Trust, and Americans for the Arts. We actually had speakers, national speakers as well at that event. And it's the first time that that particular event has been held outside the state capitol. And it was the first time ever that the Texas Arts Advocacy Awards were distributed. We had well over 200 arts leaders from 70 cities, counties, and cultural districts across Texas. And considering that when we started Creative Waco, artists were reluctant to even link their names with being based in Waco, we feel like that was a pretty big sea change that has happened in terms of our state now being proud to call Waco an emerging cultural destination. But why was it held here in Waco? The reason is because we are now considered to be a success story across the state, certainly in the making, and I absolutely would not say that we are finished with that process or even out of the starting gate. But we just participated in a national study, which is conducted by Americans for the Arts, and it's considered the gold standard of how we measure economic impact of the nonprofit arts and cultural sector. And so it uses the same methodology across the entire nation, and we participated in 2015. It was actually the very first thing that we did before we even had a logo. We started gathering data. And post-pandemic, Americans for the Arts actually suspended what would have been the next data gathering because it would have happened in 2020. Instead, it happened in 2022 and 23. And we discovered not only had our arts and cultural sector grown significantly, it did that during a period where across the nation we saw a decrease in the economic impact and activity of the arts and cultural sector of 9%, mainly because of the pandemic. A lot of arts and cultural organizations were heavily impacted. But during that period, in Waco and the greater Waco area, we grew 16% in terms of our economic impact, which I think is a wonderful marker of just how successful it has been to invest in arts and culture. We had a 95% participation rate, which was the highest in the nation, which I'm extremely proud of. That's of all of the eligible organizations that could participate, 95% of them did. We are one of only a handful of communities that actually got target data that was statistically significant on arts initiatives that are led by communities of color. And what it discovered is that we have $74 million each year in direct economic activity. That's not multiplied. There's no multiplier in that. That is the direct economic activity that flows from the nonprofit arts and cultural sector and from the people who go to the events that generates. So we are really proud to be out at the forefront in terms of our ability to gather data, but also the quality of the data and also the story that's telling. So when we boil that down into what does that mean for what you as McLennan County invest in the arts and cultural sector, every dollar that you invest in our work sparks $134 in direct economic activity in our community and returns $4 in local sales tax, which...
Is that a standard model? Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes, it is. So that is calculated on the basis of the aggregate amount that the city and the county invests in arts and culture, in the nonprofit arts and cultural sector, and then what it returns in sales tax from that national study.
Okay.
And that is, it is unusual to have a figure that high. Generally, there is a positive return on investment from arts and cultural activity, but I'm going to say 4x is pretty good.
Yeah, I would too.
That return, is that just Creative Waco, or does that include like the symphony, the Children's Theater, Waco Theater? How are those numbers?
That is the aggregate. So the study that was done is all of the nonprofit arts and cultural activity across our community. So yes, it includes all of the nonprofit organizations in our community. So it's not just Creative Waco, but the way that investment from city and county is done all comes through us.
Right.
So that means it's a very concrete amount that we're looking at. And so when we're looking at the return on that investment in terms of the capture for sales tax, that makes it a really easy calculation to make.
Right, okay, thank you.
And of course, that's the bit that we can measure. The bit that is that flows and is evidenced by other research. This particular study touches on it, but does not go into as much depth on this. But the other flows of benefit are things like better educational outcomes, which has been really extensively studied by the Texas Cultural Trust. Community pride. In our community, 86.5% of people surveyed through the study said that arts and cultural activity was a direct driver of their sense of community pride. Talent attraction and retention, we know that it's something that people ask about when they are considering locating to Waco or staying in Waco. Destination building, we call it the one more effect. So the more arts and cultural vibrancy you have, the more likely that someone who is visiting anyway, maybe for a sports game, maybe for Magnolia, maybe for a business trip, the more likely they are to stay for one more experience. So whether that's one more retail experience, one more meal, one more show, one more night in a hotel room, all of that one more effect cascades greater amplification of that economic impact, meaning that cultural tourists are worth far more than regular tourists per capita. Industry and career critical mass. And one of the effects we are seeing right now is building of the film industry in Waco. So the film festival, very conveniently, happens next week. That was the very first thing that Creative Waco ever gave a grant to, was the Deep in the Heart Film Festival, now called Waco Indie. And the very first winner of their film script writing competition is a film that is now doing the festival circuit, has just won 8 awards, but because it won the script writing competition, that film got to be made in Waco. It was supported making that film in Waco. It used local actors, it used local production, post-production. And so now we have this whole cohort of award-winning filmmakers in our community just from that one film. And that is multiplied dozens of times over every time we do something that has that kind of cascade effect of building industry. That was just one film.
In the list of actors, was Fissler one of them?
Is what, sorry?
Was Dale Fissler one of the actors?
He totally should have been. Oh, he's
Just sort of
he
disappearing there.
totally should have been. And of course, yes, of course, our sheriff has appeared in several films
yeah.
as well. He's very well connected in the film industry. He always comes to the red carpet night, so you're in good company if you come along to that. But actually, Waco was showcased as one of the most exciting emerging film markets at South by Southwest this year, which we're very proud of. And then programming that connects. We have so many reasons that people feel disconnected, disengaged, or divided in our culture right now. And the arts and cultural sector is one of the tools that we have in the kit for making people feel connected and sharing experiences that it doesn't matter what your socioeconomic or political background is, everyone can enjoy. So is this benefit just for Waco? And obviously, you know, as you look at our output, the majority of it takes place within Waco itself. And the portfolio of services that we provide for the county are mainly framed around growing Waco as a cultural hub and the revitalization and economic growth that comes locally. But 100% of the programs that we run benefit people from across McLennan County. And when I presented last year, I gave you 5 case studies of young people whose careers have been able to flourish in Waco that represent each of the different county areas and have gone from strength to strength, because even though we cluster activity in Waco itself, the benefit to them has been exponential. So these were the stories that I told last year, and some of them are featured in our annual report too. And you can dive deeper into their stories, either in the annual report or on our website. Logan Allison, who's a visual artist and fashion designer, he produced our fashion show. He's making hats for the rich and famous all over the world, and he is based in Precinct 2. Tashay Sayas, who's also based in Precinct 2, and she is a gospel artist. Cade Kegris, who you probably saw featured in Wacoan magazine. He was actually, we gave him his first job straight out of Baylor, where he did a fine art degree. And he was one of the folks that was planning to move away from Waco, but because he has been able to pick up so many mural opportunities in Waco, he's actually formed an artist collective.
In your precinct.
And he is giving jobs to dozens of other artists because he has more work than he can manage just by himself. Silent House Theatre Company.
Is he the one that's done the mural right down here on Fifth and right there at the Barnett Pubs, right outside their
Outside Barnett's or
Uh-huh,
on
yeah.
Herringbone.
or yeah, on Herringbone maybe.
Herringbone was us. That was our, I'll come on to that in a bit. That's our apprenticeship program that Kate, we hired Cade to be a junior mentor for that program the very first year we ran it. And he then kind of took that from strength to strength. So those two murals on Herringbone were done by us. Cade he always comes in and talks to the apprentices. But he just did all the ones for the Sports Hall of Fame. He's working on about 5 different projects right now. He's doing the new climbing center out in Hewitt. He's doing multiple projects and he's even done murals in Hawaii. Silent House Theatre Company is a very young theatre company, and they do really innovative work, producing shows that are very energetic, often they always try and create a moment of silence in whatever show they're producing that is kind of this pause where everyone gasps with amazement because of the way the plot goes or what has just happened. But they have become really phenomenal at both marketing and producing things that no one else is doing. And they also make sure that they always have programming for the deaf community. One of the founders of the theatre company has a sibling who's deaf, and they've incorporated deaf actors in their group too. And then Luke Larson, who's a filmmaker and videographer, he's based in Precinct 3. That photo is actually of him shooting the pictures that were used to create that mural of the 2 young women. And the 2 young women were both our apprentices last year when we did that mural. But he's a filmmaker and he's currently studying filmmaking and hopes to build his career here in Waco. So in terms of what we're requesting this year, we're requesting $75,000, which is a little more than we received last year, which was $55,000. And the way that we would like to divide that up is $20,000 to develop a hub of cultural activity in downtown Waco, as we have been, attracting residents, businesses, and tourists, and giving those kind of cluster opportunities. $20,000 to engage the creative sector in revitalization, entrepreneurship, and economic development. That is specifically about career building, creating pathways that allow people to sell products. It's things like festivals. It's also things like coaching in professional development. Then the bit that I'm highlighting as being that we really want to lean into and grow is $20,000 towards supporting programs and events that highlight and grow the artistic and cultural talents of McLennan County residents. What we want to be able to do is to take some of the benefits that have come from having clusters of activity and spread that benefit out across the county so that individual cities and smaller communities are able to do frontline programming in a way that's going to benefit and shine a spotlight on what they're really good at. And then we're asking for $15,000 to support the growth of successful and sustainable arts organizations, meaning that we have, so sustainability means something like the symphony, for example, being able to recruit a really outstanding conductor who is going to attract a whole new generation of music lovers to their programs. So developing programming across the county looks like wanting to take success out into communities. So for example, when Waco Surf was wanting to produce a festival, right now we don't have a mechanism to really build out infrastructural support for that, but we really want to be able to do that so that a place like that can showcase a national or even international festival. They have all the right ingredients. They just need extra support and lean in of talent and clustering of opportunity. Or smaller opportunities such as outdoor art camps, teaching crafts and traditional skills to kids during summer camps, for example. So we mean things like touring theatre productions, murals and public art, being able to go in communities beyond just the downtown cultural district, exhibitions that come from communities themselves and maybe could be hosted by buildings like banks, or could be hosted in schools or in churches. Cultural festivals and fairs, after school and camp opportunities, programming that highlights local and traditional crafts, therapy practices, and that's a huge growth area in the arts and cultural sector, especially for veterans and also for at-risk youth. So at risk of being incarcerated. There are a lot of crime prevention and youth development programs through the arts that would have so much benefit out in the county. And then, of course, our art apprenticeship program, which is our concept to completion work experience program for young people that are in high school and are the first, 80% of them are the first in their families to consider education beyond high school. And they get a chance to mentor with professional artists to develop murals in our community. So they take an artistic idea from concept to completion, and they learn all of the hard and the soft skills of what it takes to take a creative idea to completion. And they just finished, that group just finished painting some murals in the enclosure and area for the penguin exhibit at the zoo. And oh my gosh, they had so much fun doing that. We had an amazing community paint day with 300 people showing up to add their mark to the walls and did just a phenomenal job. So I would love to take your questions. I'm hoping that we can collaborate once again for a thriving McLennan County and extend that benefit out more into the county. I'm hoping too that we have your continued support for developing a performing arts facility in partnership with the city, and hope very much that you see us as your partner in progress for arts and cultural development.
Do y'all, you're talking about engaging youth, especially maybe at-risk youth. Do y'all work any with the Cove? They had a presentation this morning, and they talked about involving music, I think is what they were, the art form they were talking about.
Yes, and we actually, the mural that they use on all of their publicity, we did with a group of their young women, actually during 2020, during the pandemic. So yes, absolutely. And we, both Tim and Anna Lauren are very heavily involved in the arts community too in Waco.
Good.
But yes, that's some of our, so for example, Silent House Theatre Group, which I highlighted, are wanting to bring in coaches to help train theatre practitioners in how to do theatre therapy. So it's a skill set that we can build amongst our young professionals in the arts and cultural sector that will then have this cascade of benefit out into the community.
Okay, good. Questions?
Already answered mine.
All right. Well, we appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
We're in the process, listen to the presentations, and then if there's questions we might have that you might be able to answer, we will get in contact with you. And Commissioner Perry, sorry he couldn't be here, and you know, maybe that on some of these requests he might want a private presentation or something, you know, to get him up to speed. So.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm happy to visit with him and bring him up to speed on this. And also, please do pass on that if he would like tickets for the film festival. That's because it's one of the things that the county specifically funds. I will give you his. And if you want any more, let me know. This is actually, because we do a promotion of making films across the county, one of the things that we offer to the hundreds now of independent filmmakers who come to Waco for the film festival is a tour of locations across the county that they can use for their next film. So that if they want to come and make their film here, then they get a whole ecosystem of locations and support.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good presentation.
So next, we have Lawrence Galloway. He's with CASA.
How are you today, Lawrence?
Good, how are you all?
Fine. How's it going?
Great.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having me. And you should have a copy of the actual proposal.
We do.
Let's see. Where are we? There we go. There we go.
Yes, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. To the county judge and members, commissioners, thank you for having me today. My name is Lawrence Galloway, and I'm here on behalf of CASA of McLennan County. And if you have never heard of CASA, it's the Court-Appointed Special Advocates of McLennan County. And I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude for the financial support by the McLennan County Commissioners Court in the last fiscal year for your generous contribution. You've been instrumental in enabling us to make a substantial impact within our community, particularly in the lives of the most vulnerable children and families. So the impact of the previous funding, these funds allowed us that were allocated did have significant advancement of our mission to reunite families and provide essential services to those in need. Through your support, we have increased the number of trained volunteer advocates who have worked tirelessly to ensure that children in the foster care system find safe, permanent homes. Our effort has led to improved outcomes, including higher rates of family reunification and expedited placement in loving and stable environments. Just to give you a little background of CASA, CASA of McLennan County recruits, trains, and supports volunteers who advocate for the best interests of children in foster care. We seek advocates whose identity and experience mirrors the children we serve in order to provide informed, quality advocacy in the courtroom and in our communities. We believe that every McLennan County child brought into the foster care system by abuse or neglect deserves the chance to thrive in a safe and permanent home. So a little bit more further into CASA and what your contribution did for us last year. In 2024, CASA of McLennan County served 87 children and had 90 dedicated volunteers. Our volunteers have provided extensive support in areas including medical, educational, and safety advocacy. They have conducted 467 face-to-face visits, 379 contacts with parents, and facilitated numerous court hearings and mediation sessions. So I'm here today again requesting that same amount of funding for us to go into the fiscal year FY25 to further our mission of CASA to support the communities and families in our county.
Ready for questions?
Do you have any questions?
Any questions, anyone?
And I was going to go into the budget, and if you have any
Oh,
questions.
okay, go ahead. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay,
I didn't mean
okay,
to get
okay.
ahead of you.
So with the $50,000, specifically these funds will enable us to, one, expand volunteer recruitment training programs by increasing the number of volunteers that we have and that more children can be dedicated to be served and representing the interests of the court and other critical settings. Two, enhance support services for children and families. Additional funding will allow us to enhance support services for children and direct child needs, including educational enrichment, school supplies, and healthcare resources. Three, strengthen our community outreach and education initiatives. We will be able to amplify our outreach efforts to conduct the community to educate the community about child abuse and neglect, promote preventative measures, and encourage community involvement in welfare. Develop, implement advocacy programs. With increased financial support, we have to explore and implement innovative programs and strategies to help our most vulnerable community members. So going a little further into the detailed budget, we're requesting the $50,000, and we did do a small modification to the budget this year. As we know, fiscally, things have started to change post-pandemic. In the same area, we're asking for $15,000, of the $50,000, $15,000 will be used for personnel costs. $12,000 we're requesting for training materials, workshops, and seminars, volunteer support, outreach and recruitment to market to more volunteers and make individuals in our community more aware about CASA and the advantages of CASA to helping our community. Administrative expenses, office supplies, equipment, technology, software, and direct child needs, $3,000 for education enrichment, health, clothing, and general transitional support for children. Of this, you will also notice that we've added a line item or requested an amount for unrestricted grant funds that from the Commissioner's Court. And the rationale behind that is asking for funds to be utilized in any way, manner for CASA to support children. When we do have children that come into our need or come into our care, we may not know what their need is to outline it in one of these 4 to 5 categories. So we want to be able to support them in any way possible and that family to make sure we have a successful reunification. Are there any questions?
On your source of revenue, what are your sources?
So currently our sources of revenue come from, like all the other CASA programs in Texas. We get 2 main grants. One is called VOCA and one is called HHSC. Both of them definitely have direct costs into supporting families and children that are in the foster care process. But as we know, grant funds are getting a little tighter around the state and across the nation. So we're expected to see a decrease in those funding areas, hence the reason we started the outreach of doing additional grant writing. As the grant manager, I was brought on last year, and also doing other outreach to solicit other funds to support our program so that we can maintain the same level of support.
Do y'all receive any United Way funding?
Yes, we also receive United Way. That's one of our other grant funds. Locally, we also receive Rappaport, and we also receive the Cooper Foundation support as well.
Okay, good. Other questions?
Pretty straightforward. Appreciate it. Y'all do good work.
Thank you so much.
All right. Anything else?
No, I can stop sweating now.
You're among friends.
I appreciate that.
That's right. Well, we appreciate the presentation and absolutely that you all do. It's very important to our community.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of our executive director, there is a letter where she expresses her deepest sincerity that thank you so much for last year for the $50,000. That was her first time asking for it. She was unable to be here today, but she's definitely here in spirit. So we want to make sure that she's acknowledged for the great work that she has done to lead CASA over this last year.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and we do acknowledge it.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Do you need anything else?
Thank you so much. Are y'all ready? Is there anything else?
No, I'm ready.
We're running a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
so
no,
if
that's great.
okay.
Okay. I'm glad I'm here now.
Okay, so we will just keep moving right along. We have Allie Asherle with the Advocacy Center.
Thank you, Lawrence. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
Fine.
Good, good. Are you ready for me to?
Yes, ma'am.
Just-
Pitch till
Okay,
you
great,
win.
great. Well, thank y'all for having me here again. My name is Allie Asherle, and I'm the Executive Director at the Advocacy Center for Crime Victims and Children here in Waco. We have received funding from the county for a long time, and I asked for an increase last year, and I'm asking for an increase again this year, and I'll explain a little bit why in just a second, but I want to talk a little bit about the work of the Advocacy Center first and why I think this increase is important and just kind of the trends that we've seen over the last year since the last time that I've gotten to speak with you all. So we are a nonprofit, obviously, that serves all victims of violent crime and their families and victims of child abuse. And we do that in a 6-county area with, of course, the majority of our clients coming from McLennan County and even Waco specifically, just because of population and things like that. All of our services are offered at no cost to the client, and we believe that we are offering services in what we would consider a wraparound or all-encompassing way. And what I mean by that is that we are addressing violence and abuse as it happens. In emergency situations, we are responding to the hospitals in the middle of the night when there's a sexual assault. We are responding to an emergency forensic interview for a child who's been abused in the middle of the night on the weekends when it is needed, and addressing that violence as it happens. We're coming alongside families and supporting them, offering services to not only the victim of the crime, but their family as well, or friends who are also impacted by that. So if a child is abused, their siblings can receive our services, their parents can receive our services. Even if the DA is prosecuting a child abuse case, members of the jury can come receive our counseling services, because we know that when you get selected for a jury, you don't know what you're in for a lot of times, and to be thrown into a child sexual abuse case where there's often graphic descriptions and imagery about harm done to a child, that can be traumatic, that can be impactful, and so we offer services in that way as well. So we're addressing the crime as it happens and then coming alongside victims and families to navigate the journey of healing and processing with them, whether that means helping with financial assistance or emergency assistance, therapy and counseling. We have a robust counseling program that offers a variety of modalities that focuses on trauma. We offer play therapy. We have therapy for children as young as 3, all the way to however old someone would want to be when they receive services. And a crime doesn't have to have happened to someone yesterday or last week. A lot of times we see people come back 30 or 40 years after it happened, right? Maybe something happened to them as a child. Times have changed in how we talk about and how freely we speak about this type of thing. And also the average time when a child is abused, the average time that they wait to tell is about 2 years. Just because they may think it may disrupt their family system. It may, it may disrupt them. They may get in trouble. They may have been made to believe that something bad will happen to them if they tell. So we want to be there for people as long as they need us to be. So we offer play therapy. We have one of our counselors has a therapy dog in her office. And so all of those things help people feel comfortable. And then at the same time, we have our prevention and education department who is trying to work all of us out of a job, quite frankly, to stop violence before it happens at all. So we're addressing it as it happens, walking with people as they navigate that journey, and also working to make that, to end violence in our communities. This last year, in fiscal year 23, we served over 12,000 residents, victims of crime and their families in the 6 counties that we serve. This year, we have seen a pretty dramatic increase in specifically services for children. A forensic interview, which is a process, an interview that a child goes through if there is an outcry of abuse, suspected abuse, or if they have been a witness to a violent crime like a homicide. They receive a forensic interview, which is a conversation between one of our specially trained interviewers and the child. And we have averaged historically about 40 interviews per month, 40 children per month receiving those interviews. And since February, that has increased by almost 70%. We're seeing our numbers have over doubled. And so we don't know exactly what is contributing to that. we look at that as both a good thing and a bad thing, right? Of course, it is bad that there's that number of children who are needing our services, but it is also good that if they are needing our services, they are receiving them. Because too often, this can get swept under the rug, not reported. Like I said, people can wait a long time before they report and not receive the services they need for a long time. In regards to the request for an increase in funding, last year I requested an increase because we have some on-call positions at the Advocacy Center. We have a 24-hour crisis hotline that responds to both local hospitals to provide hospital accompaniment for survivors of sexual assault. By law, legally, our sexual assault advocates are the only person who are allowed to accompany that victim into their exam, and our specially trained sexual assault forensic exam nurses are the only ones who are qualified to do the forensic exam, the medical exam on that survivor of sexual assault. So those, our staff who works in those positions, they are on call 24/7. And that means weekends and holidays. And so last year, I requested an increase so that we could pay those staff a stipend for the weekends that they were on call. If you're on call during the weekend, that means you can't leave, you can't have a drink, you can't do anything that would keep you from being completely present and fully professional and available at 3 in the morning, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever time that happens, whatever time that person shows up at the hospital. We have another on-call position. I mentioned our forensic interviewers earlier. If there's a situation where there is an investigation and child abuse is discovered and that child cannot return to the home because of safety reasons, the forensic interview has to be conducted immediately. The forensic interview becomes a legal document. It is if you have observed a case or are familiar with child abuse prosecution, the forensic interview is a part of that process. And so it's really important that it happens in a timely manner. And so our forensic interviewers are also on call in the same way. So last year with the $5,000 increase that we were given, we were able to give those on-call positions a $75 per weekend stipend. So for every weekend they're on call, they get $75. Of course, if that's broken down to $25 a day, so if things shift a little bit, we have a clear designation. And so this year I'm asking for an additional $5,000 so that we could increase that to $100 a weekend or $150 a weekend. Some of that is dependent on other funding sources. The $5,000 extra that we were given last year, that is about $48 per position per weekend over the course of a year. And we were able to supplement that with other funds to make it $75. And so if we were to get the extra $5,000, we would have almost $100 from the county. And then we believe we'd be able to supplement up to $50 more.
So that's over and above their compensation.
Correct. And our compensation, I have worked so hard to get our compensation higher. And that has been and continues to be a struggle. I heard CASA just talking about decreases in grant funds, and we are the Victims of Crime Act, VOCA funds. He spoke about that. That fund is across the board decreasing for no one's fault, except that there haven't been any big prosecutions of crimes, which is where the money comes from. And so at the federal level, and so we ourselves, CASAs across the state, children's advocacy centers across the state, rape crisis centers across the state, anyone who receives that federal funding from the Victims of Crime Act, we are all looking at significant decreases in our fundings. Our funders, our pass-through organizations have told us to be prepared for that. And so we're looking to supplement income and look for other ways to provide those salaries in a variety of spaces, and including this one. So, yeah.
Where does your funding come from? Grants?
Yes, primarily grants. We have a variety of grants at state, federal, local. We also, of course, receive donations. and other undesignated sources. So they're not attached to any programming or anything like that.
County, city,
County and city both.
city of Waco?
Yes, sir.
Just the city of Waco?
Yes, sir.
United Way?
Yes.
Have you ever visited with Hot Cog to see if there's any?
Yes, yeah, Hot Cog, actually, the grant I was just speaking about, they are in charge of VOCA, yes. They are in charge of prioritizing the funding for that, that they pass on to the state. So yes, we work closely with them.
What's your total overall budget?
Right now, it's about 2.7 million.
And did we get y'all's financials?
I did not send them, I did not send them.
So do you know, Francis, on any of these that we have contractually that they provide financial information?
I would have to go back and review the contracts that we
Okay.
have with them. I'm not 100%
So,
sure. They may be all different.
Y'all might have noticed I asked about United Way with some of these, and the reason why is because United Way does a very in-depth study of their financials. And they require audits and those kind of things. And there's a group of people that are CPAs, audit people, financial people, bankers that are on that committee. I used to serve on it, and I mean they dig in, and because they want these entities to be run very professionally and very accurately. And that's necessary anyway when you're trying to obtain grants. So you don't need any kind of mistake out there or it could kill you. But anyhow, that's why, one of the reasons I asked.
Yeah, we submit our annual, we undergo 2 audits because of the amount of money we receive from the federal government. We go through a single audit which looks specifically at the federal dollars we receive and all of the grants and making sure we're managing that money correctly in the way that we say we're going to. And then we have our general audit as well, which audits all of the entirety of our agency, and we submit those to all of our funders.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions?
They do good work.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
well, thank you all
appreciate
so
you.
much. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
We're down to one.
Haley, could you do a 5-year look back on all these?
Yes, sir.
And I've been in conversation back and forth with Dustin about what Waco's gonna do and what we're doing. Curious, is there any way to lay down side by side those entities that we financially support and see how many of them Waco financially supports and to what level? I'm having trouble pulling all that up.
Yes, I think it's
mixed.
something,
Theirs is mixed in with a lot of stuff.
they may not have specific line items
Yeah, but
for
if-
that,
if
so
we gave
someone
them
get it from
our-
Waco.
If we gave
no
them
problem.
what we did.
To fill in what
our-
they-
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, just our list of.
Yes, historically too, like you're
Well,
wanting to
yeah,
see.
historically, who we've supported. Can they tell us how many of these they support and to what
Catherine's
level?
not asking for anything
That's all,
more.
that's what
Yes.
I'm curious about.
Just
It's
wanna-
hard.
Yes,
Well,
and
they-
sometimes,
They don't.
and historically, yes, for sure. I know, they're in the same process
Well,
we're in right now too.
Yes, they
So
are.
for current year, you may not know, but
I'm okay
yeah,
with
but
it.
Yeah, me too.
You've seen that?
And Commissioner Smith,
Yes, sir.
we were able to go through that, their budget book, and Cody created
Oh,
a
yeah.
spreadsheet that I think will simplify it a little bit, so we
Good.
can help Francis with doing that, so.
Well, that would help. Yes, that would help. I was trying to look at what you'd sent me earlier and it just didn't have a lot of them on there. So,
Right, so like Francis said, it may be in other parts of their budget, but we can work with the city and gather all that info.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
And, on several occasions, commissioners have brought up, or myself, that, what are the other smaller cities doing? Because they've got the issues too. And so I've always, and I was told this when I came in, and the way I understand it, if a city's in your precinct, and feel free to ask them to pitch in on helping out on some of these. It makes sense that if they're, Bellmead's a good example where we provide a lot of services that they utilize, that they contribute. They may not do it, but maybe that we hadn't asked in a while.
Right.
too, so. I mean, they're a taxing entity.
They have taxing authority too, you bet they do.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
Is that the memo?
Did you get it? On Puerto Rico?
into session.
So last up for the day, we have Catherine Logue with Dispute Resolution Center. Just to kind of remind you, there are two pieces here. You fund one portion of it out of general fund, and then there's a special revenue fund. So there is a portion of consolidated court cost that's mandated to go to this special revenue fund and be used to maintain, set up the Dispute Resolution
You'll have
Center.
that exact amount whenever we come back to look at all these.
Yes, so we'll look at the
How much
special
comes
revenue
out, the
funds.
source of funding, general
Yes.
fund and other
Yes, sir.
outside revenue?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, well, welcome.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bartlett, I'd sent copies of everything, but I've got hard copies if you want them. And
Anybody wanna?
Yeah, we'll take a hard copy too.
do you want me to?
I can pass
I never know if I can approach the bench or. Thank you.
You can approach the bench, don't insult the bench.
Thank you.
We used to go to lunch sometime and argue about politics and all that, and she insulted me multiple times. Mainly my intelligence.
Well, I won't today since.
Same, I think.
I didn't know. Okay. And Anna Clark Martinez is our board president, so.
Okay.
Good
afternoon.
She is long. I'll just take this with me. All right. So John Palmer told me at lunch the other day, he said, keep it short, don't talk very much. So I have a very short. So,
Sounds like that.
Judge Felton, county commissioners, and all the officials and staff who make this possible for McLean County to work, thank you very much. We appreciate it at the DRC. I have been here at the DRC a year and 3 months, so that is 15 months of exhausting, exhilarating, maddening, and fulfilling months, and I'm just getting started and loving it and ready to go. It's a good thing for McLean County.
Yes, it is.
The report I'm giving you, it is packed with more than you'll ever want to know, but I'm kind of a data geek.
Okay.
Here's what the county commissioners, I'm betting, want to know. We are solvent. We are in good shape.
Good.
I am tighter than Dick's hat band, as my father used to say. We will continue to be in financial good shape. We are good stewards of your funds. We are expanding and regaining ground post-COVID. During COVID, our office space, we'd had 3 suites, and one of the things I have in your packet is when we had in-person CPS mediations, we could have anywhere from 7 to 15 people, and if you know a CPS mediation, you know you have to have everybody separated in those. So we had 3 offices. During COVID, it necessitated us coming down to 1, and because everything was virtual. With the return of in-person mediations, we were just stacked on top of each other, and so we've regained one of the suites we had given up before. Damon Reed and his wife, when he retired, donated some great furniture, and we've expanded and have a very open, clean space for our mediations. We can have 2 in-person mediations simultaneously if we need to, and we also do a lot of Zoom mediations, and we have one room where we have that set up that can also be taken down if we need to use it as a room. Types of cases, CPS, always, and family law disputes have long been the core of our work. During COVID, they became really the sole focus of our work. And so one of the things I noticed is when I got there, we weren't doing any civil cases. So we've reached out to the justices of the peace and the county courts of law to bring back some of the civil cases, landlord-tenant, probate disputes, other small claims courts. We had, I think, 2 civil cases year before last. We had 4 last year. We had 11 so far this year, 2 more set this month. And we need to be doing those civil cases, helping those courts out, but it also has the added effect of we can bring back some of our mediators that we trained in years past who who enjoy volunteering and enjoy mediating, but don't, and I can't blame them, don't want to do family law or CPS mediations. So we are bringing back very good mediators that we've had before. We're also bringing in, and I hate to say new mediators, we've just got a quote-unquote new mediator who retired here. He has 35 years, he's an attorney with 35 years of family law experience. So he's new, but he's not. And yes, and so
Who is it? He has to.
Oh, I'm sorry, who is it? Robert Lewis, Bob Lewis.
Okay.
They were kind of retired here. He's still finishing up. And in the packet, there is a list, because I always want to give credit to our mediators. So you'll see a list. It says DRC mediators fiscal 2022-23, and then it's 2 columns, and then the returning mediators. I should have numbered these pages, but I was making copies from home, so I didn't quite get there. But I just would like y'all to, many of those names will be familiar. We also have some folks who are not from McLennan County. They are from El Paso. A couple of our CPS mediators are from El Paso and have been doing those for years. And when we have Zoom mediations, it doesn't particularly matter where your mediator is. So we are adding mediators, and that engages the mediators who want to do this. That part of the fun of this is seeing how the people who volunteer their time really get a lot out of this. So,
They don't have to be an attorney to be a mediator.
you do not have to be an attorney to be a
Just need to
mediator.
get the certification.
Correct. And I have learned, so there are different dispute resolution centers throughout the state. I think there are 14 or 17 of them, and they all work differently. Ours, we have more attorney mediators than non. And a lot of the attorneys, especially in family law cases, really kind of expect to have a family law attorney. And that's fine. One of the things we're working towards is there is a benefit to having an attorney who, as a mediator, cannot act as an attorney or give any legal advice, but then to also have a non-attorney. There's a name on here, Sean Conway. I met him in a Zoom mediation class. He's in north of Dallas, Fort Worth. He has 10, 15 years of residential drug and alcohol training. So he was an excellent person when we had a very difficult case where we needed someone who had that ability to talk to one of the participants who really needed that element. He lost weight. I'm off topic. He's so skinny. Sorry.
I lost weight. 65 pounds.
Dang.
Wow.
Good for you.
Yeah.
As much as a 12-year-old boy.
Yep. Try bench pressing 65 pounds.
So were there any questions?
No, and you might point out some of your board members are people we know.
Our board member, so this is a great board. I've got the board on the back page of my request letter. It is a great board. They are very involved. And as I say in my letter, as I came on, CPS cases were at the top of the list, and it's an ongoing to make sure we're really doing those well, that we have good mediators. We just gained another mediator, CPS mediator today. Yes, sir.
No, I'm sorry, I was just looking at your officers and your members.
Mm-hmm. And then I will point out on my little, I love my little chart.
Yeah.
On that first page of the chart, we had a humdinger of a June, and if you see these dark circles under my eyes, we actually had 16 scheduled, and we had 14 go, and 11 of those were scheduled in the last 10 days of the month. We did 9 of them, so we've had
Would you say did you say you're back to pre-COVID levels?
I think so. We're getting there.
Okay.
And I think we're steady with CPS. One of the interesting things with CPS is because of the CPS law, there are fewer removals. so we have fewer CPS cases than we might have had a long time ago, but we're having an increase of those mediating. A lot of them don't come to mediation, but
They
at our,
don't make- Right, they get it worked out.
Mhm.
Well, anything to keep people out of this building is so important, in my opinion.
It is.
I mean, that's just.
And to
it's
give them
just
a
mean.
chance to, the judges don't have the time or the ability to give people who are really, especially when it's a pro se, someone representing themselves, and they just need to tell their story. And the judges don't have time to do that, and the mediators have a better ability to let them get their story out and hope that that will help them resolve their issues and feel better about the process.
I noticed that where you, on the page, the graphs mentioned occasionally on some of these cases out of Hill County.
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So if we take a case out of county, we have a surcharge.
Does that happen?
Because, yes, sir.
So-
And I do have, and I'll leave these.
They refer cases to you for mediation then?
They do.
Okay.
They do. And they do, and then some attorneys, we have one coming in from, it's a Bosque County case. I don't, no, Bosque County may be court mediated, court ordered. But they're not all court ordered. Some people just want to come to us. We're not in competition with private mediators. So if they have folks who are under you can't afford a private mediator, they may come to us. But we do charge a surcharge because we get funding from McLennan County and not these other counties.
Charge it back to the county?
Sir?
You charge it back to the county then? To
Well,
Hill County?
to the participants.
To the participants?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Nope.
All right, we appreciate y'all's presentation. We're deep into the budget process. We think we're deep, we're actually not. It's fixing to get deep.
We haven't even gotten started,
Yeah,
really.
yeah. I've been thinking about it a lot. But anyhow, thank you very much. We will be in touch. And appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also,
Okay, thanks.
I forgot, we made some little. So I inherited these, I don't know which way I need to hand them.
I'll pass them.
Okay.
Pass them to me now.
So we inherited these who are here, and because I'm cheap, I'm not gonna remake them until we run out,
Oh,
but we've
right.
added little, what we charge, and then it explains that we charge more when they're from out of county, so
Okay.
thank all y'all.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Was I insulting? I didn't mean, I got through without insulting.
You did great. Okay, Francis, what's
So
next?
that concludes our lineup for today.
Oh, can I say
You will-
to Francis, like, thank you?
Oh,
Yes.
thank you for the
She's
information.
been so kind, because this is my first time to do this.
All right, we'll put something in a personnel file.
Thank you. You probably noticed a couple were missing today that we usually hear from Sports Commission. They just weren't able to be here today, so, because
Yeah.
we were kind of locked into this day. But we'll have them come in later in the month, for sure.
Okay.
Don't make it, they're out of luck.
Sucks
So-
for them.
But I thought we were able to get a lot today. I
Yes,
think we went through 10 different entities, so, also on that listing of outside entities, things like Waco Sports Commission, but also, Chris Collins with Greater Waco
Yeah,
Chamber.
she's in
She'll be here,
Asia, right?
yeah, she is out this week too, so she'll be, and that conversation is usually a little more, it's a little different than these, but she'll be with us that, week after next. I think that's the week after next in July. As well as, there's some City of Waco and, Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network contracts. So we'll go through those as well, but.
Should have them by then.
So until we meet back up, if there's any questions or thoughts or concerns, please reach out to us anytime if you want to get together, or just let me know.
Okay, and
So
so,
we're not doing a meeting tomorrow, correct?
That's correct.
no,
Okay.
that's correct. As because you.
I knew that.
Nor Thursday, nor
That's
Friday.
fine.
I didn't want you to.
It worked perfect.
It's the judges.
Okay, all right. Dustin, is there anything else?
So the next time, I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Next time we meet is on the 22nd?
Monday,
the 22nd.
So that week will be super full, lots of fun, and we'll have it all ready for y'all, and we'll try to just check things off. And so that way, when we go, that next week, we just have 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before we file the proposed. And again, it's the proposed. We'll still have time to make changes in August, but I know we liked the proposed to be what you intend on adopting. And so we hope to get through a lot that next week we meet.
You said the next time we meet is the 22nd.
Monday, the 22nd.
Monday the 22nd.
And is the OneDrive link, is that working well for everyone? Has everyone had good luck with that? Good.
Good job. Pardon me?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we hadn't
So I
adjourned.
can go back and listen and know when we meet again. That's what I'm thinking.
Just call me, I'll remind you.
Okay, if there's not anything else to come before court, we stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.